project.
The Uhuru Gardens Museum, you don't see it anywhere in government budgets, but it's been built.
Do you know how much?
That,
for example,
we've spent close to 15 billion in that project.
In the last financial year, Honorable Deputy President,
yes.
Do you know how much of unbudgeted projects we spent?
Actually, unbudgeted projects are in the region of 100 billion. And that is what is spiraling our borrowing.
I hear you saying that our national debt as it stands today is manageable.
Our debt today is a challenge. We need to deal with it. We are not sitting pretty. We are living, if I may say, we are living beyond our means. And that is why I am saying that we should stop this borrowing spree.
Ruto linked the rise of cost of living in the country to non-implementation of the government's Big Four agenda, key being agriculture, which was meant to ensure food security. He blamed President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga as having contributed to the failure of the government's Big Four agenda, a situation that has caused great concern to the people.
What failed in the Big Four agenda with regards to food security?
Precisely that. It was sabotaged.
By who and how?
Because you know as well as I do that we never got to implement that plan. Immediately, we changed course, and the whole Big Four plan was shelved. And we went on a tangent because of the handshake equation. We went to handshake, to BBI, and the rest is history. We didn't get the time to do what we had promised the people of Kenya to do.
Ruto said subsidies are among the methods that may continue to be used to help Kenyans from the continuous increase of cost of living until the national economy improves. Ruto has also said that the increase in price of petroleum products can also be controlled by addressing about 15 different taxes that have been levied on fuel of oil products.
Do you believe that subsidies are the way to go and are the right approach at this moment to deal with this issue?
I believe that subsidies can alleviate the problem to an extent, especially when we find ourselves in the situation where we are. My position is that we find ourselves at this port because there are certain things we didn't do right.
And Kenyans continue to express themselves after Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga and Roots Party presidential candidate Professor John Ojekoya boycotted the presidential debate yesterday. Raila, through a statement, explained that he will not share podium with his opponent William Ruto of the UDA party, insisting he lacks integrity. However, Ruto told the debate last night that the decision for Odinga to stay away was because he has no plan or agenda for Kenyans, and also continued this rhetoric that Odinga is a government project.
My competitor is not here because he doesn't have a plan. He doesn't have an agenda. He cannot articulate anything to the people of Kenya. That's why he's not here. Secondly, my competitor is not here because he doesn't want to answer difficult questions. You know, he's been part of this administration, the handshake administration, for the last 5 years. KEMSA happened, and many other things happened. In fact, my competitor could not come here because he's not the real candidate. He's a project.
Speaking after the debate, Ruto said Odinga's absence failed to give the exercise the trajectory it needed and that Kenyans did not get the opportunity to scrutinize the manifestos.
We didn't quite get down to the real manifesto issues. I would have hoped that my competitor would have been here so that Kenyans can have the benefit of looking at both sides. Unfortunately, and it is understandable, that there is only one plan in this election, the Kenya Kwanza plan. The other side have sketches.
Professor Wajakoya did not also participate in the debate, claiming that his demands were not addressed. Wajakoya was proposing that all 4 presidential candidates be put on the same podium, a move that has raised different opinions from not only their competitors but Kenyans as well. Kenyans are asking, are the reasons given by the two enough? Did they consider their supporters, and will that decision affect their campaigns in one way or the other? And finally, a good job well done by our very own Eric Latif. This is News Web 10. Good morning.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Number Them Sema Kweli is because all records will be there. You know, there are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the Constitution is an illegal act. You know, he shouldn't be doing it, and he should be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, Wednesday, in the middle of the week, and what does it look like on these streets? Looks like it's building up here and there on the thicker superhighway, and we have traffic coming into the city. Nothing too alarming at this point, but we know that that's going to build up in no time whatsoever. The southern bypass does look really good for those who are coming off Mombasa Road and don't want to be stuck in any drama that could lie ahead on Huru Highway. There's an option for you to get into the city real quick, fast, and without too much in terms of incidents. All right, what's going on in the CBD? Not much action. Coming off Jogger Road is where you'll see just a little bit here and there, but not too crazy at this hour. Langata Road is building up. We'll see that probably get a little bit crazier closer to 7 o'clock. And into the CBD coming in from Westlands doesn't look too bad either. Looks like we started Wednesday off right. Let's keep in that same fashion through the morning. Talk to us about what's going on where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Keep things moving this Wednesday.
Spice FM, Malindi. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
Good morning to you at 9
down.
minutes after 6 o'clock.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
On this 27th day of July 2022, a day after the day that everybody was looking forward to. Welcome. And we are looking at now 12 days, 13 days to the general election, where you will be making a choice about who will lead this nation tomorrow. I am here alone. I have been abandoned. It's official. I am by myself. Two gentlemen who should, one gentleman we know he's going to be away for this week. The other one is somewhere in the building. Last seen, C.T. Muga wearing a red jacket, where he is where he is. So how are you? Keep me company now that you're here with me today. It was an interesting day yesterday, and it's going to be an interesting next 12 days in terms of what's going to be happening. Lots lined up in store for you today. Rather for all of us to discuss in terms of how things are going in the country and the conversations that we will be mirroring today. Voila. I told you, last seen, here's on your WhatsApp status. Last seen C.T. Muga, and here he is joining us this morning. C.T., good morning.
No.
Yes. Morning. How are you? Fine. You're here?
Yes.
Good.
If you notice, I have added a little octave to my voice. An octave higher.
It's gone a notch higher. How are you?
Fine.
You are?
Yes.
Good. You look it.
Thank you. Weather notwithstanding.
Weather notwithstanding. It's a bit frosty this morning, isn't it?
But the cold is at night.
Yes.
It gets very, very chilly. This thing of winter visiting us is not good.
Don't like it?
I don't mind it. It's my body that complains.
You know how I am about that.
You, my friend, could happily live in a fridge.
I could live in a fridge. It's funny because you're right. I could happily live in a fridge. Okay, guys, Karibu Sana. Yes, indeed. Yesterday was the presidential debate. It was the last round of debates that we will see until the year 2027. I think the debate secretariat did a good job in getting as many folks as they could to come out and talk about what their agenda is for the country should they be given a position to lead. So yes, Eric Latif, kudos to you. Did an excellent job last night. And
Splendid is the word.
Yes.
Splendid.
Punching up and not down, that's for sure. All right, we're going to mirror some conversations this morning. Grassroots. Interesting how insisting on making sure that people at the grassroots are involved when it comes to governance and leadership. So we'll be having a conversation about that at 8 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, the CEO, Terry Ramdhani, will be here with us. She's the CEO of KEMSA, the Kenya Medical Supplies Association, about KEMSA reform. It's a nail-biting conversation that we will be having at 7 because we want to know exactly what's happening now that there is a new head at the helm. And then 9 o'clock, we are going to reflect the presidential debate that took place last night, and we'll be joined by two gentlemen who will be with us here in the studio. So yes, jam-packed morning, and really glad to see you guys trickling in this morning and joining us in those conversations already. As we kick off the morning, let's look at what's going on with COVID. If we look at global numbers of COVID, 577,023,105. We're looking at 6.5, just about 6.5 million deaths now from COVID worldwide. And if we look at specifically what's happening in Kenya, 50 new cases of COVID from a sample size of 1,869 gives Kenya now a positivity rate of 2.7%. 110 recoveries, and unfortunately, for the first time in a very long time, now 2 deaths from COVID. Not necessarily that they happened yesterday, but then they were reported countrywide, and this is what has come into Nairobi in terms of the reporting. Speaking of cases by county, Nairobi does have the highest number of cases, then followed by Trans Nzoia and Kilifi and Siaya and Kirinyaga, followed by Garissa, Machakos, and everybody else from Embu to Mombasa has 1 case each. We did hear from Dr. Luga yesterday that in as much as Nairobi does get the highest number of COVID cases, Kenya has the highest Nairobi has the highest vaccination rates. So interesting to note as well, highest number of cases at any one given time. Nairobi has always been number 1 when it comes to the number of cases in the country. But it's interesting to see that Nairobi is also number 1 when it comes to vaccinations countrywide. All right, let's look at what's happening in other parts of the world. As far as COVID is concerned, new studies agree that animals sold at the Wuhan market are most likely what started the COVID-19 pandemic. This has been it's been doing the rounds in our heads and the headlines for the last 2 years. But in June, the World Health Organization recommended that scientists continue to research all possible origins of the COVID-19 pandemic, including a lab leak. 2 newly published studies take different approaches, but arrive at the same conclusion that the Huanan seafood market in Wuhan, China, was most likely the epicenter for the coronavirus. The studies were posted online as preprints in February, but have now undergone peer review and were published Tuesday in the Journal of Science. One science journal said that the world used mapping tools and social media reports to do a spatial and environmental analysis. They suggest that although the exact circumstances remain obscure, the virus was probably present in the animals at the market where they were sold in late 2019. So they're concluding on this.
So long as you refer to animals, research has over time confirmed, indicated, and seen a direct correlation between what it is that animals can do or their participation in the spreading of disease. But when you mention seafood market, I was a bit apprehensive. I'm thinking, seafood market has seafood.
One would hope.
Yes, so so fish.
Yes, fish and clams and
And
all those things. Octopus.
Yes.
Do you say octopuses or do you say octopi? I'm just asking. Sorry.
No.
Please carry on.
I believe the plural here, you add an ES to it.
Ah, voila. So
Yes.
octopuses.
Yes, because it can't be octopi, because it'll become something else. It sounds like a mathematical equation.
I know.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, so that seafood, those things. Calamari, blah, blah.
You know, what I'm thinking is, everything that I hear with regards to the origin or the supposed origin of the COVID virus, it's unclear.
Yes.
It's uncertain. There is a hint it could be. The problem is the could be is sometimes presented as a possibility, which is a reality.
Yes.
Now, and yet it isn't. It isn't.
It isn't.
You know that history, if you look at some of the information that has come up over the years, right? The question that one asks is, yes, we hear of China, but what about other parts of the globe where they determined, again science here, that this very same COVID virus had been present even before the issue of China, even before China became the so-called supposed epicenter.
Right.
Yes.
That it was in other parts of the world, but that there's a reluctance to
Yes,
acknowledge
knowledge,
this.
yes,
Because
yes.
then what does that do is that it makes you the one wearing the scarlet letter.
Yes.
In terms of what could have happened
Yes,
with COVID.
yes,
Right.
yes.
All right, it's 17 minutes after 6 o'clock. That's your COVID update. We look at other issues as we go along. I've got to remind you about Pocket by Mozilla, a way in which you can store your information on a regular basis. Download the app Pocket by Mozilla on Apple App Store or Google Play Store, and you have an opportunity to tuck away all those things that you want to come back and read, listen, curate, moderate over later. Pocket by Mozilla. All your information is really on the go.
To be Kenyan is to embrace diversity. The many faces and colors of our nation are what makes Kenya, Kenya.
Election bila noma, penda jirani. This message is brought to you by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC, in partnership with the Standard Group.
Tunapozidi kuboresha sekta ya kilimo, tunakumbatia mbinu bora za kiteknolojia. Kwa wakulima wote, Standard Group PLC kupitia Farm Kenya itaandaa siku ya maonyesho ya kilimo ikiwashirikisha washikadau wa sekta mbalimbali. Maonyesho hayo yatazingatia kumudu ukulima na ufugaji ili kuboresha maisha nchini Kenya. Jiunge nasi katika uwanja wa Dumberi Stadium, kaunti ya Kiambu, kutoka tarehe 1 hadi 2 mwezi Septemba kuanzia saa 2 asubuhi. Kushiriki, wasiliana na Caroline kupitia 0723-803-601 au barua pepe cnyandieka@standardmedia.co.ke. Ujumbe huu umeletwa kwako na Standard Group PLC na Farm Kenya.
14 degrees, cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 24 and lows of 14. And it's 14 and clear in Nakuru, we'll see highs of 23. 21 will be the high in a cloudy Nyeri at 13. And it's mostly cloudy at 14 in Eldoret, highs of 20 today. 22 degrees and rain showers in Mombasa, highs of 28 and lows of 21. And it's raining in Malindi at 23. Highs of 27 today, coming back down to lows of 23. It's 20 and cloudy in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 19. While Kakamega is mostly cloudy at 20. It'll go to highs of 27 and lows of 16. It's cloudy at 18 out in Kampala, highs of 28 and lows of 18. And Dar es Salaam raining this morning at 21. It'll go to highs of 29 and lows of 20. Johannesburg is mostly cloudy at 10, highs of 20 and lows of 7. And it's raining in Lagos this morning at 24. We'll see highs of 28 and lows of 24. 19 degrees and clear in Kinshasa, highs of 28 today. And it's 26 and raining out in Beijing, highs of 28 and lows of 22. Cloudy conditions at 15 in Paris, highs of 25. And it'll go to highs of 22 in a cloudy London, currently at 16. It's still Tuesday night in New York at 25. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 29 and lows of 21.
spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
21 minutes after 6 o'clock and karibuni sana. I have to say hello to all of you. See you tuned in this morning and really bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today. Pierre Waisaka says, good morning, tuned in and super clear from the home of champions in Eldoret. Karibu sana. Helen Joguna says, good morning. Good morning to you too. Rogers Lies tuned in from County 001 says, good job to Eric Latif. Indeed, he did well last night. Benson Mwasaya says, good morning, tuned in from Nakuru. Gasheri, Eric punched up in the presidential debate. Yvonne and Eric nailed it. Kudos to the team. Enough is enough, Edwin Munyeti says. Indeed it is. And Asman Jr. is tuned in from Athi River this morning. Morris, we see you. Good morning. Like CT was last seen. Also, Wajakoya was at the vicinity. Last seen at the Catholic University. CT, it seems that you're just not doing these things alone.
Yep.
Sabit Yusuf Sabit is tuned in from Abu Dhabi this morning, and Martin Wandei says good morning, tuned in. Wange Joroge, we see you as well, tuned in from Kampala. Ivan Katabazi is tuned in. Umazi Mwachiti tuned in and says good morning. Good morning team. Eldoret is following. Another person from Eldoret. Glad to have you guys in the room this morning. Good morning, team. Impressive last night. Yes, it was. Good morning to you, Stanley. And Zachary Odio says, good morning, tuned in from Busia. Peter Njoroge, good morning. Tuned in from Kiambu and waiting for some inspiration from CT and the voice soother, Ndu. Hey, wow. Okay. CT, you've heard?
I have heard with my 2 ears.
You've heard with your 2 ears?
Yes, and I've seen with my 2 eyes.
Voila. Yes, we start to see, then you give us today's proverb.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
This is the country of South Africa. Mm-hmm. When you have a lot to do, start with a meal.
Mm-hmm. Eat first.
Be prepared.
These South Africans are onto something, I'm telling you.
Yes, that's a motto for scouts. If ever one was a scout, that's the thing you told. Be prepared.
My mother used to say, it doesn't matter where you're going. You don't know where you're going to end up, and you've left your house. Eat in your house, because you may go and they only offer you a cup of water. At least you're sorted.
May I take it even further? When I attend public functions,
same thing, wedding.
I eat. I go there when I've eaten.
You're a fool.
Yes, there are few places where when I'm invited, depending on the person who's invited me, I will not eat because I am guaranteed that I will eat. But ordinarily, I will eat.
Yes.
I go there. I can't afford to be in a situation where I'm waiting for this food to arrive and it
doesn't
hasn't
come.
And hunger pangs are doing all sorts of strange things in my system.
No, please.
No, thank you.
So,
I eat.
In preparation for everything else, eat first.
I eat.
Okay. So they said it how?
They say, when you have a lot to do,
Bus.
start with a meal.
When you have a lot to do, start with a meal.
Yes.
You've been banging them out this week. I love it, CT. When you have it.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
All right, 24 minutes after 6 o'clock, and we are looking at what is making the headlines in the papers this week. Not to forget, your standard e-paper gives you an opportunity to have news and information at the click of a button, and you can do that epaper.standardmedia.co.ke and find out what is happening where you are in the world. Okay, so quite a number of stories making the headlines today. Yet to get the physical paper in my hand, but we will. Also, today is the day in the Standard where you will get the list of all the aspirants in this election. This election that is coming up. Pick up a copy of your favorite newspaper, The Standard today, that is carrying exclusively the official list of all aspirants for the August 9th general election. So at your nearest vendor or however you pick up the paper, make sure you get a hold of that. Sawa sawa? Front page of the Standard. Yes. Ruto tackles the hard questions, and that's a story that says, with their main challengers Raila Odinga and George Wajakoya skipping the debate, DP William Ruto and David Wahiga Mwaure hogged the airtime, tackling hard questions posed by the moderators and explaining their vision for Kenya. Will their performance sway undecided voters? And that is a question that is being asked. Deputy President William Ruto had the limelight to himself following Azimio flag bearer Raila Odinga's decision to snub the joint presidential debate hosted by media stations. And for 1.5 hours, Ruto would answer questions on his plan for the economy, his integrity, shifting positions, and the unfulfilled promises of the Jubilee administration. He dug straight in at the president, at the president's alleged sabotage of the Big Four agenda, attempting to extricate himself from the affairs of the government in the Jubilee's second term. He projected a victimhood persona, saying that as deputy president, there was only so much he could do. That was in response to questions on why he was silent on the government flaunting court orders, including its refusal to make public the SGR contracts and agreements. A reluctance, he said, was against the Constitution. On the contracts, DP said he had advised the president to make them public. He said he advised the president to make them public, but after that, there was little he could do. Ruto would also contradict himself with claims that he had influenced some positives of the Jubilee administration. But for most of the debate, he alleged a multifaceted conspiracy to punish him, resulting from the 2018 handshake between President Kenyatta and Raila, which he blamed for the country's runaway cost of living, insecurity, and many other ills. The ghost of the Aurora and Kimmerer Dam scandal came up, which the DP said the project was designed to fail in order to punish him.
The thing about debates is this. There is information that many listeners would be hearing for the first time. But of significance is when you have a situation where questions are being posed to a leader or to leaders, the interesting thing about it is not just their response, okay, but the details of their response. Now, it provides the listener with fodder to make a decision. Now, this would have been infinitely better if there were 2 people. If there were 3 people. Each presenting different views. Now, that's what makes for an interesting debate. Because people get to hear perspectives that ordinarily they wouldn't hear. And secondly, with the debate, this, in my view, was more of an interview than a debate.
There was no debate here.
Yes. If you have a debate, just the process of talking also ignites conversations among the people who are debating. And it enables them to perhaps make presentations or present perspectives that ordinarily they wouldn't have presented. Like if the Right Honorable Raila Odinga had been at that particular forum, this conversation would have been different.
Indeed. It would have. By virtue of the fact that you have somebody else as a subject who is then offering about either a pushback or an alternate view or an answer to a particular question that may irk you or please you in one way or another, that then just makes it makes the optics different, and then it makes the character of the conversation much different.
That's why there was this push for a debate. That's what a debate does. Yes.
That's what it does. Okay, we're coming round to 6:30. Let's take a break and take a look at what's happening on the roads this morning, and we come back and continue having a look at what is making the headlines this morning. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Good morning.
Thank you.
The political class, the contestants, everybody is trying to outsteal the other.
Remorse is not taught in any school. Manners is something you get from your mother. You don't get it from your political party.
Why are we so unfocused as a country? Why are we spending money and resources, yet we have real challenges in this country?
This coronavirus pandemic should teach us one thing, that universal healthcare is critical. Because at this point, whether you have a medical card that covers you, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
This is The Situation Room the only way to start your day.
All right, building up in certain parts of the city this morning is actually not at crazy levels just yet. It still looks pretty good. It's coming off Mombasa Road, going on to Huru Highway, and then into the city. You'll be fine as you get to that Haile Selassie junction. Coming off Jogo Road, also traffic has started to build up quite some as you get towards Landis Road. It should be all right. In and outbound traffic is not looking too bad now. As you get to the Kamkunji roundabout, then is where you might see a little bit of something here and there into the CBD. Coming off the Thika Superhighway also looks pretty good right about now. At that Pangani underpass is where you will see some traffic. And then coming off Kiambu Road also not too bad, at least not for now. Limuru Road looks pretty good. In and outbound traffic is not causing too much of a headache. And coming off Wayaki Way this morning looks good as well. Let's talk in a bit. SpiceFM, KE on Twitter.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Mama Kim, mambo poa. Niuzie toothpaste ile hapa watatu. We nawe, ati tatu nini? Toothpaste hapa watatu. Yani Aqua Fresh Gel. Aqua Fresh Gel. Hiyo ni gani tena? Wacha nikwambie.
Aqua Fresh Gel ni dawa ya meno ya kipekee iliyothibitishwa na power ya 3-in-1. Piga mswaki mara 2 kwa siku na siri ya usafi wa mdomo, fresh breath, strong teeth na gums zenye afya bora. Tabasamu huanza na Aqua Fresh Gel.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial *811 *1 *21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications only for 1.5 bob a day. And your callers will know your credentials and send you opportunities they come across. Set the tone with Skiza.
This Egyptian chick, I don't know, she just makes it like she's a model, I don't know.
Yolanda Mulo and DJ Absolute. When the gang is together, you know it's
Sugar and Spice.
Great vibes, conversations, a lot of humor. I like to say we don't give an F, we give 3 Fs.
You and I are in this relationship, so it is me to tell you who we are.
When you ask a chick, how many guys have you been with? She's like, including you. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock. If I were you, I'd tune in to Spice FM 94.4.
I want you on my team.
So does everybody else.
Yeah. All right, 27 minutes to 7 o'clock. CT, what do you have?
I have something which is actually the headlines of the Business Daily. Okay? Not headline, but headline side headline.
Okay.
Okay? Right. Small-scale dealers hit as oil firms remove wholesale fuel prices. And I read, all majors have withdrawn wholesale prices for fuel in what threatens to disrupt supply to the small dealers that serve the rural economy. Okay? Documents seen by Business Daily show that small-scale dealers are buying a litre of super and diesel from the majors at 158.62 Kenya shillings and 139 Kenya shillings respectively.
Okay.
Which is close to the retail price of 159.12 per litre of super and 140 of diesel in Nairobi.
Wow.
Right. Hitches in the wholesale market look set to disrupt supply, given that the small dealers control 40% of the local market, with the big chunk being the rural economy. Industry executives say oil majors have withdrawn the wholesale prices in a bid to protect themselves from the low exchange rates of the dollar used to compensate them compared to the rates of buying the greenbacks from banks. Bit confusing here.
Yes, I was going to say.
Yeah, bit confusing. Let me just read it again, okay? Industry executives say oil majors have withdrawn the wholesale prices in a bid to protect themselves from the lower exchange rates of the dollar used to compensate them compared to the rates of buying the greenback from the banks.
Right. So they bought it at a higher price. They're being paid with a lower price, so they're going at a loss.
Yes.
Yeah.
The problem with these things, I think we'll go back, my thinking, is when you make such an arrangement, you peg the dollar to a certain amount. Okay? Then the dollar does its thing. Yes, it becomes more expensive. But you pegged it to? And people agreed, yes. Now, this is what happens when people deal in this sort of business. Because you can assume that the direction that's going to be taken by the ebbs and the flows of the currency movements and the values, and then it does something completely different. Wholesale prices have traditionally been 8 shillings less per litre than the retail prices. Traditionally.
Yes.
Okay? So therein lies the margin wherein you can make your profit.
Your money.
Yes. The retail prices of the two fuels published by the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, allowing small dealers to enjoy margins and remain competitive in the market. The wholesale market is dry and independents are suffering. OMC oil marketers are not selling products into the wholesale market because of forex losses, said the executive of one of the oil majors. Okay?
Not a pretty picture.
Yes, but let me just mention that you see what they're buying the dollar at is between 125 and 130 units. It's expensive.
It is expensive.
Yes. And yet the exchange that is being provided by EPRA is at 118.
There's a loss that's going there.
That is a direct loss.
That is the cry.
It doesn't matter how you look at it. It is a direct loss.
It is.
Yes.
Okay. So there was the issue of the Venezuelans, eh?
There is an issue of the Venezuelans.
There is the issue of the Venezuelans. And there's now uncertainty over the whereabouts of the Venezuelans arrested at JKIA. This is being reported by The Standard. So you ask, huh? Yeah, okay. The 3 foreigners were expected at the ATPU, that's the Anti-Terrorism Police Unit, at 10 a.m. However, no one wants to say if they honored the summons. Diplomatic officials say they are still in the country and cooperating with the police. Mystery surrounds the whereabouts of 3 Venezuelans arrested in connection with possessing sensitive election materials at the JKIA. While the lawyer representing the 3 maintained his clients were still in the hands of the ATPU, senior government officials remain tight-lipped on where they are being held, with the police engaging in a ping-pong on where they are being held. Lawyer Duncan Okubasu yesterday said the foreigners are being interrogated at the ATPU headquarters, where the Standard team tried in vain to establish if they were being held there. Security officers manning 2 gates at the premises said they were not aware the Venezuelans were their guests. According to one of the officers I have consulted, and there are no such people here. Ask for accurate information from whomever gave you the tip-off. However, sources within the diplomatic circles confirmed that the 3 are still in the country. The sources said the 3 men yesterday reported back to the unit where they were not required to record statements. We have been in contact with them and we can confirm that they are cooperating with the investigators, according to an official aware of the matter. Sources within the government hinted of plans to deport the 3 men to Venezuela after investigations revealed that there was a problem with their documentation. Now, not the IEBC documentation, their own personal documentation. Got it? Since being arrested last Thursday, little has been heard about them, with their lawyers appearing to have restricted access to them. The 3 initially recorded statements at the JKIA police station before being handed over to sleuths from the ATPU. Although Okubasi maintained his clients are being interrogated, he was attending to other engagements. So, he was just a tad busy, couldn't really deal with that. But he said, look, they're being interrogated. Others are saying, well, they're not here. Others are saying, well, it's being handled. So you're not really sure where these fellas are, if they're still in the country, if they've left, if they're under interrogation by the ATPU, if they're doing a walkabout in Kenya. At the end of the day, you just don't know what is going on with these guys right now. Okay?
It's very interesting what's happening around the world, huh? Remember when we had the Ukrainian ambassador here?
Yes, I do.
Yes, and there was talk about finding some avenue for ensuring that there's peace. And there have been talks about peace. The UN has been involved. The EU have been doing their bit. And Ukraine was set to import, under a UN-backed understanding, grain shipments,
Yes.
which had been locked in simply because of the situation around not just Ukraine, but you're talking about the seafaring routes that they use for shipping their grain.
Yes.
Yes, but unfortunately, this has hit a bit of a roadblock because since the understanding was put in place, Moscow has continued their shelling.
Yeah.
Yes, the airstrikes have increased.
Yes.
So one wonders where the discussion about peace now comes into this.
It's difficult to see.
Yes.
I mean, you say one thing out of the side of your mouth and then your actions are the total opposite of that. So what are folks to believe? Where is the end to all of this? That even if there were to be ceasefire or any kind of peace talks to happen, where do you start? If you introduce the conversation and then the next thing you're greeted with is shelling.
Actually, what is of interest is that Kiev and Moscow agreed. Okay? They agreed that it is a landmark plan, okay, to release millions of tons of grain trapped in the Ukraine, the Black Sea ports. 24 hours later, boom.
So, who's not being honest here? It's difficult, man. Who's not being honest here?
You see, there was a blockade that is blamed on the Russians. Now, the problem with that a blockade simply means whatever's supposed to go out doesn't go out.
Doesn't go out.
Now, this is what contributed significantly to these soaring prices that we keep seeing.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's crazy.
No, it's absolutely crazy.
It really is. All right, let's look at some a story that was really sad that came out a couple of days ago. It's been reported in The Nation this morning. Overcome by grief, a mother dies 50 days after her son's death. We saw this on socials. Her son's death in early June caused a domino effect of disbelief, denial, heartache, grief, and eventually her own death early Monday morning. The heartbroken mother, Ceci Gaido, despite putting on a brave fight to ward off the uncertainty that came with her son's death, her 6-year-old son succumbed to grief after 50 days, her close confidants say. She had shared a meal with her friends just hours before she locked herself in a room with a charcoal stove last Sunday night. Knowing that Ceci was teetering on the precipice of life and death, also, she told them, that and even posted on her Facebook timeline that she had no reason to live after her son's death. Her friends did not want to leave her alone for one moment. A group of friends often visited her, the latest of which was last Saturday. They stayed with her in her home in Kinangop the entire day. They left for Nairobi at 7 p.m, but one of them stayed behind with her. Barely hours after her chaperone left, she gave up the fight. Monday morning, when her sister went to wake her up, she had died. According to her sister, she was fine. She even prepared food for her parents. At 11:38 p.m, she posted photos on her status, her WhatsApp status, and said, we made fun of life. We did it, and then she did it between midnight and morning, one of her friends who was present at her last supper said. Was there more that could have been done to prevent her friend's death? Her friends wondered. We tried to take her out to prevent her from being alone. We visited her frequently as we could. One of us literally stayed with her at home since the baby died until last Sunday evening. They were sharing a room and a bed, and she only took her life after the lady left. It was sad to see that her son had died just a month and a half before that, and she could not deal with the grief and then took her own life thereafter. I mean, again, looking at care, seeking behavior not just in a physiological manner, but the psychological care that is needed for a lot of people is quite a thing still.
Remember the discussion about maize meal?
Unga.
Yes. And there were talks and discussions back and forth. Well, we've heard this discussion about subsidies. The oil industry has seen it. How will it work? There have been issues with the oil industry, blah, 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 ad infinitum. Okay?
Yes.
So now, a different model has been sought for.
Mm-hmm.
What the Treasury has determined to do is open an escrow account.
Mm-hmm.
This is how it works. It's an account where money is put into with instructions.
Yep.
So it isn't as though I will give you a check. The money is there.
Yes.
The instructions are, in this case, every 5 days, millers are paid. Okay? So they don't have to go to Treasury and say, that money of ours, where is it exactly?
They know where it is.
They know it is.
Yep.
And every 5 days, they are paid. But what I'd wondered was, even as they were talking about the variety of issues surrounding this, was it not possible to consider from the time they spoke So as to differentiate this unga and the other unga, why don't you just package it differently? Yes.
The new new unga.
Yes.
The new unga which will be sold at a cheaper price.
Whether your unga is called uji, whether it's called wimbi, whether it is called mtama, whether it is called muhogo, I'm just giving names. Whatever brand you give if you simply change the packaging, your name stays the same, but there's something that differentiates it from the normal unga that you sell.
Maybe what they're looking at is cost. Maybe just say, okay, like the cost of then printing something else so that we know that this is the one that's 100 shillings and this one we still have to sell it at 250.
No.
Could be an issue.
No. It may definitely positively add the cost, but how much is that cost? Let's say you add color. Say, okay, it's predominantly yellow. All the brands that are now being sold under this scheme will have a purple lining at the top. Purple. Yeah.
You don't see that as being too difficult?
Given the difficulty that we face when people go hungry, is that too difficult?
Yeah, because people are still asking for this 100 shillings unga. We've said that it's going to come out. When has it come out? And, how then you can still solve your issues by selling this cheaper one. Your microphone has left you, CTY.
It has left me because in fact, I left it with me.
Okay.
The point is, given the scale of problems that we have, should we really limit the options that we can explore? That's really what I am saying. I am not saying that the thing I've just mentioned is the way to go. No. It is I saying there are many options that can be pursued. Okay?
Yes.
And the sort of options that remove the issues of doubt that already exist, number one. Number two, it also presents you with a little more clarity, because if it's the same unga being sold, I mean, I'm just looking at how it is that even the people who are involved in retailing may take advantage of this situation.
Right. It's true. I mean, look, there are many things that can be done. I think it just takes a dab of creativity here to be able to sort out this issue, and it can happen.
It is very, very true.
Yeah.
It is very, very true. Because remember, this thing is not for 6 months. It is for?
It's for 28 days, man. And I think we're already through the first 8.
Precisely now.
Unless we're going to start again when it actually gets onto the shelves.
What will change? You buy this cheap maize, and it's cheap, and it looks like the others.
Yeah.
28 days later, what stops you from stockpiling, and then after that you revert back to the old price?
And just continuing.
That's what I'm trying to say. But if you brand it differently, then we know this is the cheap maize.
This is the cheap
That's
maize.
really all I'm saying.
Got it.
Yes.
So, remember yesterday we saw that the Chief Justice has done this big reshuffle and the hiring of quite a number of appellate court judges.
Yes, we did.
Now, the man who lives in court more than the judiciary, Omtata, has gone to court over the recent appointment of said appellate judges.
Okay.
The Judicial Service Commission on July 13th recommended 7 candidates for appointment. Omtata says appointments were discriminatory against judges from other courts. An activist has challenged the appointment of 7 judges to the Court of Appeal, claiming that the process was irregular. Through an urgent suit filed at the High Court, activist Okia Omtata argues that the process used by the Judicial Service Commission is to appoint the appellate judges was laced with corruption and discrimination against more qualified persons. He wants the court to stop Justices Lydia Achode, Luka Kimaru, Frederick Ochieng, John Mativo, Abida Ali Aroni, Grace Ngenye, and Paul Gashoka from taking up their new roles or being assigned duties as Court of Appeal judges until his petition is heard and determined. The commission had on the 13th of July recommended the 7 candidates for appointment to the Court of Appeal out of 31 candidates interviewed, and President Uhuru Kenyatta appointed them on the 19th of July. According to Omtata, the appointment process was flawed as the JSC decided to conduct the interviews in camera instead of having it in open, which allows the public to assess the candidate's credibility. He added that the JSC illegally created an extra position without allowing competitive recruitment, since they had advertised for 6 positions but ended up appointing 7. Now, it may look as though he's grasping at straws here, but this is the thing. It's all about process. And if somebody's going to pick up the process, look, you could have a case on your hands, which is why I keep crying and begging that IEBC, for example, when you look at what's coming up with the elections, will make sure that they have all their I's crossed and all their I's dotted rather and all their T's crossed, have everything lined up properly. Because on the element and principle of process, you can fell entire kingdoms. And here we are, Umtata going to court and say, look, on the very simple thing that 1, you were supposed to make this process public. Number 2, you were supposed to hire 6 people. You ended up hiring 7. The process has been flawed. And until this case is determined, none of these people should go to serve or take up their new appointments. Is it possible to have things fall apart because of the process? Absolutely. And I think it's about time that those whose entire job rests on the process or the procedure of a certain thing ought to sit up and take notice, man, because things could get messy.
Yes, they could. This one, I will sit back and listen to what the courts have to say on this particular matter. Because is there evidence? Okay, you can say what you want to say, but then again, the courts will now determine whether that evidence holds water.
True.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because I'm listening to the names that have of the appointees. Many of these people are very seasoned judges. Yes, there are 1 or 2 people who have been brought in from the private sector. But that is a good thing.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Having more people to be able to participate
it is
in
a
the
good
judicial
thing.
process. People pick from the community, pick from their, various walks of life. Absolutely.
By the way, even some of these judges who've been there for a while, if you go back into history, they were in private practice.
Yes, they were.
Before they became judges. Just that they've been judges now for a longer time. So, yes, the argument that people who have been on the bench have been discriminated against, well, let's wait and see whether the court agrees with this or not, shall we?
Not. Yes. Tell us what else you have, CT.
What I have, something very interesting. There's an article here that seems to, should I say, the page they say it's on is not the page it's on.
Okay.
So, nonetheless, but the story is about how it is default loans have increased for the 5th consecutive month. People who took loans and are now unable to pay.
Yes.
The default rate has hit an all-time high. Okay? And it has hit a record 483 billion Kenya shillings. Okay? Underscoring the tough economic times that Kenyans are grappling with. Okay? Let me just read a paragraph.
Okay.
Loan defaults increased for the 5th consecutive month to hit a record 483 billion Kenya shillings in May, amidst a stressed economy that has made it harder for individuals and businesses to survive their loans. Data from the Central Bank of Kenya shows that non-performing loans have been on the rise since December last year, when they fell to Kenya shillings 426 billion, down from 436 in November, to mark a second consecutive monthly drop in loan. That was last year. This year, it is going up. Now, this particular article points me to something that perhaps needs to be looked at in greater depth.
Yeah.
And the greater depth is, what is it that we need to do to get the citizenry of this country to understand that even when you have a bad debt, it is something that you can resolve with.
You can negotiate.
Yes, because it boils down to that. And are institutions who are in the business of lending money ready to accept what people are willing to pay? I dare say many of them are.
As in, if you go and say, this is the thing, the art of negotiation, if you go and say, look, this is what I have.
The COVID taught us many things, and the financial institutions learnt lessons as well. But the problem is, many people still have that ancient mentality of seeking to hide, when what you actually need to do is to seek out the individuals and have a chat with them. Yes.
There's nothing that can be sorted out by having a chat and figuring out. That's true. Yes. That indeed is the case. And I think you have the situation because of the initial fear of what is the other party going to say or what are they going to do. That initial fear is crippling, for lots of folks, and that's why you have them.
Sit and imagine the outcome. You see, the outcome that you anticipate that's making you fearful is in your head. But until you go and talk to these individuals, then of course you will not know.
Yeah. That's true. All right. Interesting story here. Let me share it quickly. iPhotos could soon tell whether one has diabetes. So a lot of the people who are dealing with lifestyle diseases, later on, diabetes being one of them, has increased. If we're looking at Kenya specifically, researchers in Kenya are working on a simpler and faster way to predict when a patient has diabetes, hypertension, which is blood pressure, just by taking photos of the eye. This comes as the health ministry says funding for non-communicable diseases like those like these is low, with Kenya requiring about 350 billion shillings in the next 5 years to tackle them through only 6%, though only 6% of that is available. Using sophisticated equipment donated by AstraZeneca yesterday, about 299 participants have been enrolled in the study, which will be conducted at the Kenya Medical Research Institute, KEMRI, the University of Nairobi and the Aga Khan University Hospital. The non-invasive equipment uses artificial intelligence, AI, that we hear of all the time, and has retinal cameras that help analyze a patient's risk of having the two conditions rather than having different invasive tests. The research by the three institutions will authenticate whether the predictive value of the machine is viable. Diabetes and hypertension are part of a larger group of non-communicable diseases, known as NCDs, whose burden is growing. A 2016 survey showed that 26% of Kenyans are affected by NCDs. While there is no updated data on the burden, the Chief Administrative Secretary, Dr. Rashid Ahmed, told journalists that there is a rise in the prevalence of NCDs and they are likely to overtake infectious diseases such as malaria and tuberculosis, which we know the burden for that was already pretty high. So this will be interesting, that you don't have to go for an expensive invasive test. If this goes through between KEMRI, the University of Nairobi and the Aga Khan University Teaching Hospital, we'll probably see that you can go in and take a snapshot of your eye and see whether you have this or not. I think it'd be interesting to see over the next couple of periods how that will come through. All right. That's what it's looking like as we go into conversations this morning. Uhuru also launches an 86 megawatt geothermal plant. We saw that yesterday. In the 9 days of Uhuru's administration, is making sure that some of these things are tucked under the belt and making sure that it's possible for Kenya at least to provide the energy that it needs to sustain itself, as well as that in the rest of the region. So it'll be interesting to see, because he did that yesterday, and then he went on to say, if I can do that really quickly, the Renewables 2020 Global Status Report showed that Kenya developed the third largest geothermal energy capacity in the world between 2016 and 2021, equivalent to that of 200 megawatts in the 5-year period. Turkey and Indonesia were ahead of Kenya, and so Kenya is doing pretty well on the global stage. And it seems that yesterday, when he was opening this, the country is commissioning this, and he says that, look, the government was committed to building a greener national energy pool, and it looks good from that. So he's closing down his days, and elections are in 13 days. And we have to remind you, elections bilanoma. It doesn't matter where you're voting. It doesn't matter whom you're voting. What does matter is that you do it in a peaceful manner, that you remember that those who are around you, those you love, those who love you, those you trade with, those you care for, those you live amongst, that you remember that you can vote and that you can carry on through the process of these elections in a peaceful manner. The National Commission on Integration and Cohesion is saying, look, guys, in partnership with the Standard Group, to say we can do this peacefully and we can maintain a peaceful country even after you've casted your vote. After 7 o'clock, we'll be talking with the CEO of KEMSA and finding out how reforms will be taking place at the Supplies Board and what needs to be done to shake things up. We'll be back after 7.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Dennis Aseto. UDA presidential candidate Deputy President William Ruto has claimed that 100 billion shillings was used by the government in inappropriate projects, thus increasing the national debt. Speaking during the presidential debate, Ruto said that the nation's debt can be controlled if the trend of channeling money into unbudgeted projects is halted. Ruto claimed that among the projects that used billions that were not initially allocated for is the construction of the Uhuru Gardens Monument and Museum project.
The Uhuru Gardens Museum, you don't see it anywhere in government budgets, but it's been built.
Do you know how much?
That,
for example,
we've spent close to 15 billion in that project.
In the last financial year, Honorable Deputy President, do you know how much of unbudgeted projects we spent?
Actually, unbudgeted projects are in the region of 100 billion. And that is what is spiraling our borrowing.
I hear you saying that our national debt as it stands today is manageable.
Our debt today is a challenge. We need to deal with it. We are not sitting pretty. We are living, if I may say, we are living beyond our means. And that is why I am saying that we should stop this borrowing spree.
Ruto linked the rise of cost of living in the country to non-implementation of one of the government's big four agendas, especially on agriculture, aimed at ensuring food security. He blamed President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga as having contributed to the failure of the government's big four agenda.
What failed in the big four agenda with regards to food security?
Precisely that. It was sabotaged.
By who and how?
Because you know as well as I do that we never got to implement that plan. Immediately, we changed course, and the whole Big Four plan was shelved. And we went on a tangent because of the handshake equation. We went to handshake, to BBI, and the rest is history. We didn't get the time to do what we had promised the people of Kenya to do.
Ruto said subsidies are among methods that may be used to help Kenyans from the continuous increase of cost of living until the national economy improves. Ruto has also said that the increase in the price of petroleum products can also be controlled by reviewing about 15 different taxes that have been levied on fuel products.
Do you believe that subsidies are the way to go and are the right approach at this moment to deal with this issue?
I believe that subsidies can alleviate the problem to an extent, especially when we find ourselves in the situation where we are. My position is that we find ourselves at this port because there are certain things we didn't do right.
Now, Kenyans continue to express themselves after Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga and Roots Party presidential candidate Professor John Ojakoya boycotted the presidential debate yesterday. Raila, through a statement, explained that he will not share a podium with his opponent William Ruto of the UDA party, insisting that he lacks integrity. However, Ruto told the debate that the decision for Odinga to stay away was because he has no plans for Kenyans, continuing with his rhetoric that Odinga is a government project.
My competitor is not here because he doesn't have a plan. He doesn't have an agenda. He cannot articulate anything to the people of Kenya. That's why he's not here. Secondly, my competitor is not here because he doesn't want to answer difficult questions. You know, he's been part of this administration, the handshake administration, for the last 5 years. KEMSA happened, and many other things happened. In fact, my competitor could not come here because he's not the real candidate. He's a project.
Speaking after the debate, Ruto said that Odinga's absence failed to give the exercise the trajectory it needed and that Kenyans did not get the opportunity to scrutinize their manifestos.
We didn't quite get down to the real manifesto issues. I would have hoped that my competitor would have been here so that Kenyans can have the benefit of looking at both sides. Unfortunately, and it is understandable, that there is only one plan in this election, the Kenya Kwanza plan. The other side have sketches.
Professor Ojakoya did not participate in the debate, claiming that his wishes were not highlighted. Ojakoya was proposing that all the four presidential candidates be put on the same podium, a move that has raised different opinions from not only his competitors but Kenyans as well. Here it's Professor Ojakoya.
Sisi kama wa Kenya na sisi kama wana Roots tumejitoa katika hii debate, manake tumeona kuna ukabila huko ndani ya discrimination. tuliwaandikia barua kuuliza kwamba kwa nini hatuwezi kuwa 4, kwa maana nchi zote za Ulaya, Britain, Canada, Vancouver, everywhere.
This is Newsweb Dennis Azeta. Good morning.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
At a few minutes after 7 o'clock, it's building up on Langata Road today, and we're going into the city with quite some traffic. And Uhuru Highway is quite clogged as you're getting out towards that Bunyala Road, Lusaka Road, then coming in towards Uhuru Highway, the Greater Uhuru Highway, getting out towards the junction at Haile Selassie. So that continues for some time. We're likely to see that continuing to build up. It's really busy on Waiyaki Way coming out towards the city. We're seeing that exit of the expressway, not to worry. That will open up in no time whatsoever. James Gishuru looking pretty busy this morning, and it looks like it's going to take us for some time to get out of that. When you're crossing over to Waiyaki Way, don't forget that you can use the Red Hill Link Road to get away from the drama that is Waiyaki Way traffic this morning. The Thika Superhighway, well, hello there. In and outbound traffic is really heavy this morning. Not quite sure what that outbound traffic is about, but inbound also looking pretty bad right about now. It's bumper to bumper and really heavy as you're coming past Survey out towards the Drift. And we're looking at Kiambu Road, also jam-packed as well. What's going on? Limuru Road, in and outbound traffic also has started to do its thing past the village market. We're likely to see that build up as well. Let's circle back in about half hour, see what it looks like. Let's talk SpiceFM, KE on Twitter. Keep things moving this morning.
Are you ready? Okay. Spice FM. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes
Good morning.
in punching up,
It is 8
not
minutes
down.
after 7 o'clock. If you're just tuning in, or if you've been with us since 6 o'clock, we're into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. How are you? Where you are? We're getting into the conversations this hour. Ndu and CT with you in the studio. Our guest is already seated, but as we start off this hour, let's hear today's proverb.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
When you have a lot to do, start with a meal. Busy day ahead, many meetings, many things to attend to. Start the day with a meal.
Start the day with a meal.
Yes.
When you have many things to attend to, start the day with a meal.
The question that comes to mind, what if you have many things to do and you don't have a meal? Meaning it isn't available, it isn't possible for you to have it. Then what do you do?
Yeah.
What do you start with? Looking for the meal?
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aquafresh Fresh Gel, the secret to long-lasting fresh breath,
All right,
strong
our
teeth,
guest
and
is
healthy
in
gums.
the studio. We're going to say her name, and then we'll say what she does, and then we'll say where she's from, you know, just to knock the Nikki out of it and remove any kind of speculation. Terry Ramdhani, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
As great as can be.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much.
You're in the hot seat this morning.
So I am.
So you are. Terry Ramdhani is the still brand spanking new CEO of KEMSA. And if you're wondering what KEMSA is this morning, then I'm not quite sure how I can help you. But the Kenya Medical Supplies... We want to say
authority.
I was going to say association, but the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA, with us in the studio this morning. And we say brand new, Terry, because it's been a couple of months, hasn't it?
Yes.
Tell us about that. Well,
it's been quite a journey. You know, it's been quite rewarding, actually, you know, because you find that a lot of what were already, you know, formative thoughts and plans, you get an opportunity to, you know, set it going.
And so before you came into there was all the hullabaloo. There was sending people home. There was people who had been taken to court. There were you know, appointments and acting and such. How then did you come into this position and then now start to kick things off?
So perhaps to take a step back, last year when the new board was appointed, the board that was supposed to come and, you know, sort of understand what was happening with the institution, there was a lot that became apparent. And to sort of cluster it into buckets, you know, there was a financial crisis, there was a procurement crisis, there was distribution crisis, a HR crisis, you know, every area that, you know, was looked at had some issues. And it was important. It was important to sort of start to figure out what to do about all those issues that were there. So what you saw in the media in terms of the court cases, in terms of the asking staff to work from home, in terms of giving the notices of redundancies and whatnot, came out of the initial understanding of what was ailing the institution. And after, you know, all that, and after all is said and done, you know, we must not forget that we had a lot of reports. We had reports from the Office of the Auditor General. We had reports from our partners like USAID, Global Fund, and others that had highlighted that there were really, really serious issues in the way things were organized around KEMSA, even pre-COVID, you know. So this was now the precipitation of what was already, you know, a problem that had been simmering in terms of how it was organized.
Right.
And so when COVID happened, you know, then the stakeholders demanding for something to be done, the voices got louder because Kenyans, you know, as the biggest stakeholders of, you know, KEMSA, demanded to see changes. And so the first job was to look to try and understand. So then when you see all what you've called the hullabaloo, that was the response to the disruptions that were happening to try and understand and get to the bottom of what the problems were.
I mean, and I think, you know, with good reason, because we're looking at an entire public health sector that is dependent on the authority to be able to provide the much needed medical supplies.
Absolutely.
And for whatever reason, if that is not happening, then, you know, it's going to be an eyebrow raising moment, and folks are going to want to know exactly what is going on.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, having done the investigation, having done, you know, the sitting back and looking, what ails KEMSA today? Because even before this whole COVID debacle of KEMSA billionaires and et cetera, there was a problem. So from where you sit today, what ails KEMSA?
I think fundamentally, you know, the systems in KEMSA have been a big problem because before you even talk about the people, you have to appreciate, you know, that systems and processes are what drive people change, you know. So the systems in place really were not able to have the end-to-end visibility that allows for, you know, appropriate decision-making, timely and all that. The processes also, you know, were not necessarily best practice for a global institution that KEMSA aspires to be. And so, yes, in the end, you know, then you see the kind of inefficiencies that have been seen. So those are the critical areas that we are looking at addressing, including then the people reform, you know, the structural reform. Several years ago, about 2012, the staff establishment was approved at 341. And the institution had been allowed to grow to more than 900 jobs that were way above the establishment. So that means that it was growing, quite in a manner that was disorganized, because then the structures were not put in place to support the kind of growth the institution had gone through over the many years. So a lot of this is now, setting a lot of that back to basics and figuring out, what are the best systems, what are the best processes, what is the best this and what's the best that. And a lot of those decisions, particularly the ones on people, have been made because we got new instruments last year which approved the staff establishment to 378.
Mm-hmm.
So the job that I've been doing the last 2 months is actually executing that new structure. And that is a process in itself which is well articulated in the Employment Act, Section 40.
When you say the organization grew, what exactly happened? What is it that were the tenets that one could refer to as the hallmarks of this growth?
Well, you can certainly look at the number of employees going triple-fold, and if you have an establishment that is designed for 340 something, and then you've grown this establishment to over 900, then obviously you don't have the appropriate structures even for span of control,
You see, why I ask is this. Are we saying that when KEMSA was set up and the mandate was created, the actual day-to-day work that it was doing remained constant?
Yes.
Or did the actual demands for more services from KEMSA increase? And if it increased, what I'm asking is, why was it not envisioned that this would, of necessitate the employment of more people? But on the other hand, if that didn't happen, then there really would have been no need to employ more people.
That is exactly what we found, that there was no need to employ all those numbers that were employed, because the mandate of KEMSA, which is primarily, procurement, warehousing and distribution according to the KEMSA Act, the stakeholders that we had, the facilities that we had, remained the same facilities. The 11,000 plus facilities across the country. There hasn't been much change in terms of the breadth of those facilities. So the growth in people numbers was really not something that one can say was justifiable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was justification in asking these individuals to go home. Were they then deemed to be redundant?
No.
And what job were they then carrying out before they were asked to go home? Because, there were people who... look, at the time when they were asked to go home, it was the time when the court cases were in the public arena, and there was a linkage between what they could have been doing involved in these processes, where you had people who were cleaners, you had people who were support staff, who had no idea from where they were coming, what was going on. And they were asked to go home. So was it that they were not fulfilling a role? Was it that they were redundant? Was it that they were their jobs were duplicitous in nature? What exactly were we looking at?
In this country, Kenya?
Well, let her answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you want to help me?
Well, I wanted to ask Ndu that just last week and the week before that, we were discussing some of the issues that the Kenya Prison Services have been undergoing, and the people at the heart of it, one of them was a cleaner. So what I'm asking is, yes, what she's saying on the surface seems to be absolutely accurate, but in an organization, a government organization is that one, it is highly unlikely that people who work there don't know what's going on. It doesn't matter what their station is. That's what I'm trying to say.
The number of people that we saw go home, the reason that was given as to why they were going home, what is it?
So, first of all, some setting facts right, because I think we get lost in the different things that happen, and sometimes we don't communicate enough, perhaps I should say, to be able to get everybody to understand what the process looks like. So in November, and it was November the 4th, I do remember, the board made an announcement that we were issuing a notice of redundancy.
Yes.
Okay. What that is, according to the Section 40 of the Employment Act is that at any point an institution anticipates that they need to make certain changes that may impact on jobs, your first obligation and duty is to inform the staff. So the letter that went out on the 4th of November said just that, that it's a notice for redundancy, that the institution needs to look critically at what is ailing it, the structures around it. We have new instruments that have been put together following the audits and the reviews that had been happening months prior, and it may result into some job losses. So that's one. So up to date, nobody has lost a job in KEMSA. Number two, employees were asked to work from home, those that were deemed not to be in critical functions, so that we only had a minimum number of people to conduct the business necessary in KEMSA, as we were anticipating to now roll out the process of engagement for restructuring.
Okay.
Yes.
So where are we now in terms of that process for
So
restructuring?
we still have a lot of our employees working from home. That is number one. Remember, we're almost triple. So the institution is running with quite a lot of our staff working from home, which is evident that it was clearly very overstaffed. Number two, after the court stopped the engagement process because ex parte orders were issued in November, asking the management and the board to cease from having any conversations on the redundancies and whatnot. That matter was prosecuted in court until May, when a judgment was issued on the matter that allowed the management and the board to proceed with restructuring. Now, in May, I'd been hired as the CEO, so my first mandate was to execute the structure. Okay, so the last 2 months, we have completed the mandatory engagement period, which the law stipulates cannot be less than 30 days, where you meet all the staff, you explain to them the reasons, why we must have a different look at how we do business, the case for change.
Yes.
And then explain what the future is likely to look like, and explain that those who are affected or may get impacted, what will they take away from this process? So that concluded about 2 weeks ago. Last week we had a global conference with all our people in Kenya virtually, and we now issued the next steps where we have honestly embarked on the recruitment process. The first jobs for the new structure are already posted on our website and will be going out in other media channels. Yeah.
Okay. One of the issues has been, yesterday we had here with us the Director of Health, the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, Uma Oluga. And one of the things talked about was, look, we owed all this chunk of money to KEMSA. We still have our budgets. We're trying to, whittle down our debt to KEMSA.
Yeah.
But at the same time, supplies sometimes are an issue.
Yeah.
So what really was the issue, or what is the issue behind the one body that is responsible for sending these medical supplies to the entire public sector for health?
Yes.
What is the issue with supply? Not getting enough, not being able to service it because of not enough funding, in terms of external suppliers not having. What is wrong?
Many things are wrong. So when we talked about the buckets of the issues that we found, remember I talked about distribution crisis, we talked about the financial crisis, the procurement chaos, that the audits revealed, the HR chaos. Now, specifically, and this is on a very high level because it's all the matters, every activity that happens in the institution is an input for the next activity, So if your procurement is not working as well, then your distribution is also going to fail. If your finances are not working as well, then your procurement, your distribution, the entire chain fails. So when we talk about capture, whether it's by distributors or suppliers or staff, all those, are real in that institution as well. So you have products that have been bought that are non-essential, that fill a lot of our warehouses, but are not the products that the public needs, that the public health facilities need, So looking at all that and trying to set things right means that we will have to ensure that we refocus on the critical items that we must have in stock, and then have plans on what to do with all the non-critical items that we have as dead stock. You know, we've talked about the dead stock that we have found, you know, in KEMSA, which is worth a lot of money, you know. So if you have money tied in dead stock, you have no money to buy the critical items, right?
What exactly is dead stock?
I wanted to point to that, CT, because as you speak of dead stock, we also heard a story after November that a lot of the PPEs were sitting in warehouses somewhere. This came also in a joint statement from the Ministry of Health to tell us that you had, I believe it was in the millions, if we're going to now transfer it to shillings, of the PPEs that were sitting there, and it could not be translated to money. And CT was of the opinion that, is it actually there?
Yeah.
Well, I actually questioned the physical evidence relating to the fact that you're told they were there doesn't mean they were there. It just means you've been told. And then they followed, some of them had expired. So they were destroyed. And I said, really? Who saw the destruction taking place, and who determined that the figures that were being given were the actual figures of what was there, if indeed they were there?
I can assure you that the PPEs that were reported to have been there at that point were there in the warehouses.
You saw them yourself?
Oh, yes. You know, at that point...
You counted them yourself?
I didn't count them, but they were there, and the records had them. But I do need to clarify something. You know, when the whole, issues around the PPEs came up about 2 years ago, there was directions from the EACC that there must not be any more movement of those particular items.
Yes.
And it took a long time for that matter to now be said, okay, we have satisfied ourselves, we know what the numbers are, we have samples for evidence for, whatever future actions they may need to do or whatever. And now you can continue with the business of what it is you are doing with these PPEs. So that then meant that we had a whole period where they could not move. But they started moving, and I actually think that we're almost done. Some of the items are actually out now. We've distributed them.
I'm inclined to believe you, simply because my reading tells me that you have worked for a long time in monitoring and evaluation, and you work for the Presidential Delivery Unit.
I did.
Now, that's a fairly serious unit as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
But something that I want to ask, it borders on a personal question. Yes, you beat a slew of individuals who wanted this same job.
Yeah.
But why take on this job, which by its very nature is a landmine? Not a job, a landmine, just waiting to go off at any moment in time.
Yeah.
Were you given guarantees that perhaps previous CEOs were not given? Were you? Is it possible that you're given tenure? The reason why I ask is because everything that we see about KEMSA, it isn't that KEMSA is the problem, but the interests around KEMSA.
Yes.
And in the absence of guarantees, the headwinds that you're likely to face are some of the strongest headwinds that anybody in this country can face, because they'll be political, there'll be this, and there'll be the other.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, you're spot on. Even when I decided to apply for the role, and I was consulting some of my close friends, they did indicate the same sentiments to me. But here's the thing, CT. When I worked in the President's Delivery Unit, and you have a whole understanding of just how broad and wide, the business of delivery of services by government is. And that despite everything that we read in the papers, there are actually people who burn the midnight oil in government to try and deliver services to the people, And you then, sit, on a board of a very, very important institution like KEMSA, and you're deeply involved in trying to figure out, united in purpose in that board, trying to figure out how do we fix these problems, And you get to the point where you actually have a very deep conversation with yourself that the work that we have done in the board all these months, if I do not apply for this job, I'll be doing a disservice to myself too, because I'm now very vested, that there's something that can be done. So fortunately, when I applied for the job, I got the role. I was, there were moments of, trepidation, wondering, well, actually, what have I done? Because I've been in private sector and I've been shielded from having to, interact and get the kind of exposure that this kind of jobs and indeed the kind of risks. But the question that I ask myself, and I've always asked myself as a Kenyan, when these moments to do what our country needs for us come, and we say no, because it's too dangerous, it's too risky, then who does it? Because everybody then is in self-preservation. I don't want to leave private sector because. I don't want to go into this area because. I had spent so much time in the board trying to figure out what were the problems in KEMSA, which is why I really understand what it is that is ailing the institution, because that's what we were doing in the board. So for me, it would be a lot of personal gratification to see traction of some of the plans, that we had put together take off. Then I can go on and do other things.
Oh, interesting. As we continue this conversation this morning, we are with the CEO of KEMSA, Terry Ramdhani, and we are discussing, reforms at KEMSA, taking on a new lease of life, perhaps, and the conversation continues. We're going to take a break and look at traffic and weather. Before that, we'll remind you about Pocket by Mozilla, which allows you to take all the information that you read on a daily basis and put it away in your pocket, opening one website, opening another, reading this, listening to this song, listening to this other thing, and you want to be able to refer to it later. Mozilla has this wonderful app called the Pocket, and you can download it on the Google Play Store or Apple App Store, and you can tuck away your information for later, and it updates as you go along. Really, really nifty stuff. CT will download it for you, Terry, at some point. Pocket by Mozilla, folks.
There are so many people peddling what is false and that it bears remarkable resemblance to what is true.
Politicians have their agenda, and their agenda is to use every opportunity to sell that agenda and to loot this nation. I have seen major strides that are done in this country when we talk to each other as against talking at each other.
We start getting back into the tribal cocoons which were put to us by the colonial powers. They gave us physical freedom but not mental freedom. We're still mentally colonized today into these cocoons of tribe.
Now, if you live in an area where it's difficult to find a dog,
he's a goat. I kid you not.
In which part of this country is it difficult to find a dog? So that you resort. Nafandi umbo yako iko na
nini umba special.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, looking at 13 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 24 and lows of 13. It's sunny at 13 in Nakuru. We'll see highs of 25 today. And we're looking at cloudy conditions at 15 in Eldoret, highs of 21 and lows of 13. While Nyeri is cloudy at 13, it'll go to highs of 21 and lows of 12. 22 and rain showers in Mombasa, and we're looking at 25 rain showers as well in Malindi, going to highs of 29. It's 20 degrees and cloudy conditions for now in Kisumu. We're going into Kakamega where it's 20 and cloudy as well. 19 degrees and light rain in Kampala. We'll see highs of 28 there, and we're looking at 28 as the high as well in a rainy Dar es Salaam. It's 11 degrees and cloudy in Johannesburg, and the rain continues in Lagos at 24, and it's 19 and rainy in Kinshasa this morning. It'll go to highs of 28 and lows of 18.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
All right, so what's causing that traffic on the Thika Superhighway this morning, unfortunately, is an accident has happened right after Muthaiga, and you're coming in from the CBD. So we're wondering what was causing that outbound traffic. That's what it is. That accident at that Muthaiga Square junction, unfortunately, and it looks pretty messy. And so we're looking at in and outbound traffic, and it looks like it's going to be there for some time. All right, we're also looking at traffic inbound on the Thika Superhighway, and coming in towards the Pangani underpass. It's going to be a while before that opens up. Jogger Road is looking pretty busy, and we're looking at in and outbound traffic here as well. Coming into the city then via way of Landys Road, going out towards the Kamkunji roundabout, some traffic following up as well from there. Coming out of Westlands was also pretty messy earlier, and we're looking at Langata Road, which is now jam-packed completely as you're getting towards Aerodrome and then out towards Uhuru Highway. Let's keep an eye on things, and hopefully we can keep things at a dull roar this morning. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
94.4 in Nairobi this morning. If you can't catch us on your radio, catch us online, YouTube and Facebook. The live streams have been up for some time this morning, and Kenya's biggest conversation continues. And this morning we're talking with KEMSA CEO Terry Ramadhani, and we're looking at reforms at KEMSA, taking on this. It's interesting because you're in the hot seat here and you're in the hot seat there as well. So I guess this is good territory for you, isn't it?
Good practice.
Indeed it is. All right, so reforms at KEMSA, even with the issues that have been faced by the authority over the last, 5 odd years or so, and then looking into the future, what has been done that would showcase that KEMSA as an authority then is able to handle the gargantuan responsibility that lies on its shoulders?
Excellent. I'm really happy that you've asked that to do, because now we start to talk about what the future of KEMSA looks like. I think it's important also at this point to highlight the fact that His Excellency the President has been very, very clear about how important the health agenda has been to him. And UHC has been something that, has been cried out for across the world, and particularly in this part of the continent. And there cannot be UHC without KEMSA. So the reforms that he pronounced himself to that are happening in KEMSA are being pushed through with 100% government support, 100% government support at all quarters, be it the ministry, be it all the other agencies that are supporting the agenda of making sure that this institution stands up and does what it is designed to do. As you have said, it's a huge job, So we have the structural issues that are being addressed. We have the process issues that are being addressed. We have the strategy of moving it forward. So all the pieces are coming together. So what do we anticipate to see? I can tell you of some critical milestones. We're currently rebuilding the ERP system in-house, and we'll be testing it from October.
Explain what an ERP system is,
Enterprise Resource Planning. So it is the system that is going to allow us to have the much desired end-to-end visibility. That as I sit in the CEO's office and I'm approving something for procurement, the budget has been ticked off. the money itself, the exchequer, is available, and indeed that item has been ordered for and is required in a particular area, so that we walk away from this area or from this whole scenario of having items that nobody requires, but we have bought them, So being able to see end to end also means that you have better stocks visibility. When the stocks are going down, you're able to replenish so you don't have stockouts. When expiries are coming up and, short expiry commodities, which ones need to be pushed out so that you actually have, only products that have long expiries, that are fit for use, that are the quality you desire, and are needed, by the masses. Really, what this breaks down to, the story about KEMSA and what I'd like Kenyans to remember, what it breaks down to is that we're in the business of saving lives. And there is no life that is going to wait when one is sick for medications to come from India, from wherever. We must get to a point where we have the critical medications, the tracer items here, the Class A drugs with us, and enough stocks for us to be able to turn around critical and emergency needs in 1 day, 5 days to the tertiary hospitals, and 7 days to public health, to primary health facilities, because it's important that we are responsive for the impact of what the institution does to be felt on the ground. And yes, we have been very open and very transparent about the problems that the institution has had. Ours is the job to put it together and drive it to higher heights, and it continues to thrive, because that institution is for Kenya. It's not for an individual. I'm there for a time and a purpose, doing what I need to do. And then somebody else will also, I'm sure, come and take it forward. But so far, the last year, even despite the crises that we've still been managing, we managed to deliver 27 billion worth of essential commodities across the country. We managed to unlock 2.7 billion of funds that were locked in debt, particularly with the counties. Yes. We managed to deliver 1.3 billion worth of commodities to our counties that are affected by drought, and we continue to give those services, We have actually, in the last 2 months, been able to turn around county orders in 5 days, coming from last year where we were turning around orders in over 40 days. There's been huge marked improvements in terms of the reforms that we are putting in place. Last year, we had an order fill rate of 18%. Now, an order fill rate, I'll explain what that means, is that for every 100 items that a county procures from us, the number of items we have is the order fill rate. So when we say 18%, it means that for every 100 items, we can only provide 18. Right? And this is the institution that should be able to provide. Now, world best practices should be 95, 97%. So that is how badly, it was doing. Now I'm happy to say our order fill rate is at 50%, and we are looking to push it to at least 70% by the end of the year.
Can I ask,
Yes.
what direct intervention then made it possible for the order fill rate then to go from 18% to 50%? And in such a short time.
Deliberate moves, process re-engineering, how the warehouse operates in terms of being able to get items from storage into staging, into packing it up and figuring out what staging is. When you bring all the boxes of medication out and you stage them on the pallets so that it makes it easy to have the picking done.
This
and
is
then
done
the packing.
this is done by human beings.
Yes, it's done by human beings.
It seems to me as though it will be a really simple process of moving things from a warehouse to a belt, to a box, to a vehicle. It seems to me as though that would be something really simple.
That is the future of KEMSA that I'm shortly going to talk about, because I want to tell you about our national supply center that we have commissioned. We have started to use in Embakasi, which
Terry,
has provision for conveyor belts.
One of the things that you said was really interesting is that understanding the problem then gives you insights into how to then figure out the solution.
Yes.
So then, again, I'm at this turn rate up. What did you call it?
Order fill rate.
Order fill rate.
Yes.
Still sticking on that because, again, it is one of the vital components of, distribution for you as KEMSA.
Yeah.
So what, I'm going to repeat, what exactly happened for you to get from 18 to 50?
Yes.
And is it a repetition of the same that will get you from 50 to 95%, which is a global standard?
Absolutely. So number one, I talked about process reengineering,
Yeah.
which, for example, is the reorganization of the warehouse, which is what I'm talking about. The warehouses that hold our commodities, the current one holds over 7,000 pallets. It's huge. The next one, the new one, has a capacity of over 11,000 pallets. So ensuring that it is properly organized to get the right flow is critical in turnaround time. That's number one, even if you had mechanized. Number two is putting resources, however, troubling the financial elements are, into buying the products that are critical, because those are the products that are often ordered.
Right.
Because the 18%, forget about how the warehouse is organized and the flows and whatnot. But if those products are not in the warehouse, no matter how organized it is, you still won't be able to deliver them. So there's that financial element of actually putting money into the products that are needed. So, the critical items, the tracer items, and the Class A drugs, right? Because those are the most common. Now, when we say tracer items, we have a whole list of essential commodities. But out of that list, there are 61 commodities that have been lifted as these are the ones that when you do your M&E, will tell you that the system is working, because you should find these items in the facilities, because you must pick certain places to have indicators. Then when you look, for example, at the procurement reengineering, the long lead times of getting the commodities in has also been re-engineered. And we are continuing to fine-tune all those processes so that it becomes seamless, that when the order comes from the county, as soon as it comes in and the verification happens and whatnot, it is pushed through to supply chain and the buying happens. And the buying has to happen in such a manner that we are not going to be taking 6 months because the first 3 months, some mistake happened somewhere and the tender ended up being unresponsive, which means you have another 3 months to wait to carry out the same process,
Which brings me to the question that concerns me, beginning with the ERP.
Yeah.
All these processes involve human beings.
Yes.
You have been an HR practitioner.
Yeah.
Now, what is it that the current board and your administration are doing to ensure that the human element, which is usually the fly in the ointment when it comes to all these things, good system, good plans, we see to the Ministry of Education, things that you didn't think would happen, but the human element comes in.
Absolutely.
All right.
That's the crux of the matter. Remember when we've been talking about the restructuring?
Yes.
Right? Every person within the institution is required to reapply for their jobs and go through a very robust process of interviewing and matching the skills to the new jobs in the new structure, but also ensuring that we have the right people in the right spaces. That everybody who we are carrying into the new structure is fully competent, motivated for the right reasons to do the job they need to do. That's number one. Number two, the new ERP that's being built has features that will allow us to be able to track activity across the entire ERP, because that brings you to the point of accountability. Number three, just yesterday, we had an event to launch our new vision and strategy, as well as our KEMSA service teams, who are the champions of the changes that we are trying to make. And one of the things we were discussing was, once the new structure has been embedded, we will sit together with everybody in that new structure, do something very important, which is co-create the values that are going to hold us accountable to each other, that we will hold each other accountable to. Because ultimately, it's about human behavior. And you can't enforce human behavior on values that people don't buy into. So we are going to sit down and agree. This KEMSA 2.2, what are the rules of engagement that we are going to hold ourselves to? What are the processes and procedures that we have all agreed to? So that then everybody signs off a performance contract. Because that's where you start to drive accountability, and being able to have an end-to-end visibility even with the new structure, it means that you have a single source of who owns the inventory internally at any one time. So commodities have short expiries, there's somebody to respond. Why did we accept this? Commodities are expiring, there's somebody to respond. Why are they expiring? What have we not done right? Where is the bottleneck? Commodities are going off because they're supposed to be in the cold chain and perhaps they were not handled or transported properly. Why? You know how they should. So those very clear lines, because in this old structure that we had, the duplicity of roles, the lack of accountability, there was no way you could drive it, because I like to say this when we engage with staff, that we have a staff member who's called I don't know. And that staff member is notorious because every question you ask is put on the I don't know staff member who never has a face or a shape or a form.
But they're really responsible for quite a lot.
Oh, yes. Everything that goes wrong is that staff member I don't know. So we must move away from this I don't know to particulars that, do you're responsible for this and this is what we are holding you accountable to. These are the standards we have agreed it will be at. You have signed off.
So it's going to ruffle quite a number of feathers, isn't it? Because we're looking at the human element playing out here. And it's going to, it contributes significantly to either failure or success of any organization.
Absolutely.
So you're going to come in and ruffle some feathers here, Terry. You've already started. You've already started ruffling these feathers, and we're looking at what could have previously been a situation where government, unfortunately, is used to taking a lackadaisical approach to work. So we're saying that things are going to change, and the question is, are you in it for the long haul when it comes to making sure that these things actually meet the master?
I'm here. I have been here. The fact that I made the decision to leave private sector where I'm well shielded and I have a very, private, cushy existence to having to, be in this space where I have to actually address stakeholders and speak to, my fellow countrymen and say, hey, yes, this institution is in a crisis, but we are trying to put it together. I would like to see this as the reason, my what I will leave behind.
Tell us what it is that you've planned to ensure that this thing actually works the way.
So we have a three-pronged approach. We decided we needed to focus on three simple things because you don't want to talk about 50-odd things that you're never going to have time to focus on or deliver. Our three key things that we want to deliver is, one, operational excellence. Now, operational excellence touches on many things. It touches on systems, it touches on people, it touches on processes. So we have, for example, partnerships with Kaizen, and we've been working with Kaizen for quite some time. Now, Kaizen is an institute that, talks about the Japanese principles of ensuring that, you are following the 5 S's. And this is very popular, particularly in the logistics world, where you have to set, sort, standardize, shine, and all the rest of it. And then we are working with partners who are also helping us bring best-in-class practices and best-in-class methodologies to ensuring that our processes work right. Our human piece is what we are currently dealing with right now in terms of the restructuring. The second thing that is very important to us is customer focus, the customer service. KEMSA, as we know of it, I don't think there's any of us in Kenya who would say that they feel that KEMSA is focused on serving, So we have to reorient the institution and our new clarion call, which, by the way, we launched yesterday, here to serve. We have to remind KEMSA why KEMSA exists. And KEMSA doesn't exist for KEMSA's end. KEMSA exists to serve. So we must be responsive to the needs of those that we are serving, be it our stakeholders who are county governments, the citizens who are using our products, our partners in terms of the donors, etc., etc. The third most critical thing, and this one I'm sure the two of you will really understand because you do a lot of it even as a media house, is repositioning. We must move away from the narratives that keep making KEMSA look very bad. But it's not going to be done by storytelling. It's going to be done by the action being felt on the ground, and the story changing from the service user perspective, because that then gives us the impetus to be able to say, hey, we have taken a corner. We have taken a different direction. We are listening to you. We want to serve you. We want to do what is best for the citizen, for the patient.
Yeah. Even as you look at those relationships, and one of the stakeholders that really is highly important are the 47 counties. Counties rely on KEMSA heavily to be able to then stock, medical facilities, right?
Absolutely.
How has that relationship been? And then what is important to make sure that relationship progresses to the point whereby they're now trusting, because I can imagine that it has been sticky. They're now trusting, the new 2.2 KEMSA that is here to serve, 2.0 KEMSA that is here to serve.
We had 1.0, now we are 2.0. 2.0. The slippery thing about trust is that it takes a long time to build and then it just crashes.
Takes a minute to crush.
Yeah. And yes, we have lost credibility in many quarters and we must be forthright and admit that, yes, some things have gone on in the institution that should have gone on and have cost us critical relationships. And the onus is on us to rebuild them. So our engagements with the county have been continuous. We have visited the county governments. We have visited the county executives for health. I have personally engaged the county executives for health in their forums. We have engaged several governors. We really celebrate a lot of county governments that have stood firm with us even through our challenges and have been instrumental in trying to help us fix the challenges. We have been appealing to the counties that have not honored their debts to do so, because the service delivery debt triad is very clearly connected. I'm not able to stock what it is they need if I don't have them to pay for what it is we've supplied them, So that's a conversation and an engagement we continue to do through the COG, And I have to say, counties have been extremely supportive. I know there's been challenges, but I know that they know that we are working very hard to fix those challenges because we've been communicating the same messages.
But KEMSA hasn't always had this negative reputation that we speak of.
Thank you.
Because, I know because I have experienced the efficiencies of KEMSA. Those who worked in the HIV and AIDS field relied entirely on what KEMSA did. And if you only need to look at the success of the initiatives and the processes to tell you that KEMSA played a very important role in achieving that particular success.
Absolutely.
Yes. So somewhere along the line, we lost the meter.
Right.
And that's exactly why, the importance of us remembering who KEMSA is so important, to the institution and to those who work there, that we are here to serve. You are very right. The institution has done it before, has been. And, even as much as, we are living the pain of just what we see as a broken institution, we have to remember as Kenyans that this institution is a diamond in the rough for now. The achievements it's had in the past, and indeed its capacity in Central, Eastern, Sub-Saharan Africa. We don't have another one of this kind of institution. So it behooves us to really invest as His Excellency has been pushing to invest in the health sector to get it where it ought to be. Because the benefits that this institution can give this country, or indeed even the region, particularly if we are to learn lessons from what was going on with COVID, is enormous. But we must start from the basics. We must get the basics right.
Our time is almost up. But just in a sentence, what are you doing to repair the relationships with the partners?
I must thank our partners. I must start from thanking them because they have really stood with us. And I must, I'd be remiss not to, acknowledge that we have partners who really stood with us throughout this journey and are committed to seeing KEMSA get back to where it should be and surpass that. Because they too understand that even the programs that we run, which by the way, we continue to do so on their behalf, particularly the ones you mentioned for HIV and whatnot, are important and are continuing. So we have been engaging and we will continue to do so to ensure we get back where we need to be.
Terry Ramadhani, the CEO of KEMSA, thank you for joining us this morning. And it would be nice to see where KEMSA is in a short time. Asante sana.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. President Uhuru Kenyatta has continued with his onslaught on his deputy William Ruto, accusing him of promoting politics of deceit and lying about the Naivasha dry port. Defending the project, Kenyatta said that operations in Naivasha will not disrupt the normal operations at the port of Mombasa. Kenyatta, who expressed his disappointment at the politics being peddled around the port of Naivasha, said it is sad for leaders to promise the residents of Naivasha that they will improve the project and say a different story while in Mombasa altogether. According to him, the inland port was built in Naivasha due to the resources available in the area as well as being close to energy source.
Lakini wenzangu, wacha niwaambie, hakuna kitu kibaya kama siasa ya udanganyifu. Alright? Imagine, kiongozi mzima, sitaki kutaja jina, anasema wameng'oa poti, bandari imehamishwa Mombasa, imepelekwa Naivasha. Sasa wakati hiyo sema toboa. Jameni, kweli naweza nibebe hiyo bahari nilete hapa Naivasha? Watu wa Naivasha wamefaidika, watu wa Mombasa wamefaidika. Na kiongozi anasimama akidanganya mchana na amekuwa ndani ya serikali. Nani?
He also used the opportunity to promote Azmia's candidate Raila Odinga, urging the residents of Naivasha to vote for him.
Ama ni namna gani wenzangu? Ningewaomba tu kwa heshima, kuna mzee mwingine ambaye anatembea hata akiwa mzee, uzee sio ugonjwa. Amtafuti mtu mnapatia kazi ati aende akakimbie marathon. Tuko na Kipchoge atakimbia mbio. Tunatafuta mtu ambaye ako na fikira, anapenda watu yake na ako na ujuzi wa kusema wacha tukae pamoja, tutembee pamoja. Nasema tu kuna mzee ambaye sijui kama mtamuunga mkono jameni. Mtamuunga mkono?
Now, Deputy President William Ruto has claimed on several occasions that some port operations had been transferred from the port of Mombasa to the inland port in Naivasha. In addition, Ruto has been promising to restore those services back to Mombasa if elected president. Now, Deputy President William Ruto says he will make public all contracts signed by Kenya and other countries if elected in the August elections. Speaking during the presidential debate, Ruto indicated that these will enhance the accountability of borrowed funds. Ruto said that the contracts and agreements are public documents, saying Kenyans have the constitutional right to access the information.
I have always taken a position, and I have taken many positions. Sometimes that did not look very popular, if you may. And I have taken very firm positions in cabinet. And I have taken very firm positions in the public. And I think people of Kenya know me not as a coward. They know that I take what I believe in, and I take positions. I am saying here that every contract signed by the government of Kenya is a public document and it should be available to the public.
Now, after the presidential debate that took place yesterday, how do Kenyans really feel about it? One of Kenya Kwanza campaigners in Trans Nzoia County, Shamali Michaelet, says that what made her happy was the way Ruto explained issues touching on gender representation, health, rising cost of living, economy and agriculture.
Tunashukuru kwamba alizungumzia masuala ya thuluthi mbili ya kijinsia kutokupitishwa katika bunge. Akizungumza masuala ya afya na kusema kwamba bima ya afya itakuwa bure ili wananchi ambao hawezi kujikimu kimaisha wanaweza nenda hospitalini. Ni jambo la kufedhehesha na la soni. Kigogo mkubwa wa kisiasa ambaye anajiita kwamba ni baba wa demokrasia alikosa kuja kwa mdahalo ni kutokuheshimu wa Kenya.
However, Trans Nzoia Azimio leader Amos Boaz criticized Deputy President William Ruto, saying he contradicted himself on various occasions when responding to questions asked on misuse of public funds.
Naibu wa Rais amejaribu kadri ya uwezo wake kujitetea, ila kuna masuala makuu ambayo yalikuwa yanamkanganya hapa na pale, akisahau namna alivyokuwa amesema, lakini yote tisa ni kwamba amejaribu kadri ya uwezo wake. Hatuwezi kumpima kwa sababu alikuwa mwenyewe. Kama wangekuwa na yule mgombea kiti kwa Azimio tungeweza labda kumtunuku alama, lakini yote tisa tunajua itakamilika katika debe ifikapo tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8.
And with only 12 days left before the general elections, politicians' campaigns have entered the last days. Today, Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga and his UDA counterpart William Ruto will be in Nyeri County, and be sure that we will be bringing you the latest updates in our subsequent news bulletins. My name is Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, continues this morning. We're still seeing that heavy traffic on Mombasa, rather on the Thika Superhighway this morning. It's in and outbound traffic. Doesn't look too pretty because of that accident that happened right at Muthaiga at that entrance. And so we're seeing that outbound traffic as well as the normal inbound traffic every morning that we do see. So things are looking really thick on the Thika Superhighway this morning. We're going to have to take a look at that in about half an hour and see how that has changed. So if you're heading in that direction, just know that it's going to be slow movement in that area. Coming out of Western's not too bad. Langat Road already packed this morning. Jogger Road was already doing the thing, and we're going to see extended traffic on Gong Road this morning. Not quite sure what's causing that either. But as you get to the City Mortuary roundabout, it's going to hold you up some as you get towards Community. All right, what's up on Gong Road? That's what we just talked about. Getting onto the Huru Highway and then into the city and then out towards Westlands. That still continues with traffic today. Doesn't look too pretty today, folks, but we're trying to keep things moving this Wednesday. Help us out by telling us what's going on where you are so we can warn folks ahead of time. And then let's talk SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
We are at 8 minutes after 8 o'clock in the third hour of the show this morning. Karibu sana, wherever you're tuned in around the country. Good to have you in on Kenya's biggest conversation. Welcome to our audience around the country and indeed around the world. And our audience on KTN Home as well joins us now. Welcome. Our guests for the second hour are in the studio today and having a conversation about, spreading of information, governance, leadership around the country from the grassroots. We'll be talking about that in just a sec. But as we do that, let's start off this hour with today's proverb.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
This is a South African proverb.
You
look at your day, you look at the schedule of events that are before you, and there are many. Don't run off and start doing them. Start with the meal first. But then we raise the question, what if you have things to do and the meal isn't readily available? Then what do you do?
When you have things to do, start off with a meal.
Mm-hmm. When you have not things, a lot of things to do. Yes.
Oh, that's a good enough to start off this hour, that's for sure.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
All right,
The
we're having a
secret to
conversation
long-lasting
about
fresh
taking
breath, strong
information
teeth, and
to
healthy
the
gums.
Grassroots this morning, and we're joined by a number of individuals in the studio today, and it's good to have you. It's a full house, so karibu sana. Frida Githoku is the CEO of Grassroots. Dennis Njunga is the Programs Oversight and Merle Manager. I want to know exactly what that is, but we'll find out in just a bit. And Jane Yokabi is the Coordinator for Grassroots from Kiambu County. Karibuni sana to the Situation Room. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. All of you are occupying the hot seats today. So I guess we're going to start off with you, Frida. Karibu.
Asante.
Tell us, what is Grassroots?
Thank you very much. Grassroots is a women's rights organization. We've been around since 1995. And we bring together around 3,700 grassroots women groups across 22 counties of Kenya, from Kakamega to Tana River to Isiolo, Marsabit, Nairobi, across our country. And our main agenda is to advocate for gender equality and women's empowerment. We have a particular interest in the constituency that we call the grassroots women, because they experience development differently on the basis of where they are, on the basis of their age. Things like ethnicity also affect how they experience development opportunities and so on. So our interest is that community that we call the grassroots community.
Kindly define for us and paint a clear picture that when you say grassroots, we understand what exactly you mean by grassroots.
For us, our definition of grassroots women is actually very simple. It's women living in rural and remote and rural areas, and in the informal settlements without predictable source of income. If you're in the village and you're a teacher, you're not a grassroots woman. To Grassroots Kenya, the Oxford Dictionary may say otherwise, but for us, if you have a predictable income, then you are not what we define as a grassroots woman.
So essentially,
it's about livelihood.
The definition and membership of this particular club,
you
need to have an income that you can't easily define.
It's not predictable. You know, today I will make it, tomorrow I'm not sure. Yeah.
But if you're a teacher, for example, you know that at the end of July, you're going to receive X amount of shillings.
Yes.
And so that individual then is not involved or not in this
that
category.
She will be an ally or a supporter of our movement, but not a primary beneficiary of the projects that we implement.
Question number one. Question number two. Now, when you said you've been working since the 90s.
Yes.
Which means you had ample time to study, understand, and come up with perhaps a plausible explanation as to why these people find themselves in this position. Okay?
Yes.
Question number 1B. 1A was the previous one. What would you say are the main determinants of this particular group that we speak of? What is it that makes this group exist? And is it a group that's reducing in number, or is it a group that is increasing in number?
So there are different factors that, of course, we can say are responsible for the situation that the grassroots women find themselves in. One, we can look inward because of the opportunities that either they've had or not had. Their ability, whether it is a literacy level or their leadership skill set, may make them be in the situation that they are. The access to resources is another thing. You find that a woman like Frida, who has gone to the University of Nairobi, and Jane Yokabi, who is here and is a grassroots woman, have different opportunities when it comes to access to resources. I will go to Equity Bank and produce my payslip. She will not be able to do the same. She has to go to find Uwezo Fund and GAF. Then, of course, there are social norms that also impact whether women make progress or not. They define the gender roles. What is she expected to do when she wakes up is to take care of the husband, take care of the children, while the man is expected, of course, to go out and engage in productive work. Then there are the laws. Of course, we've come from a situation where the law were not very progressive. We've had a situation where boys would inherit land and girls wouldn't, because it was culturally acceptable. Of course, we are moving as a country, so things have changed. But those are the factors that have pushed those women to be where they are today. Yeah.
So, I mean, there's one thing to have a movement, but then there's another thing to actually, for lack of a better word, corral these individuals and communities then into programs, which I'm assuming is what you do, Dennis. And then how exactly does this work out? Because what are we looking at? We're looking at easily hundreds of thousands of women across the country who fit into this category. So what exactly are they involved in to be able to then make sure that, they're living better lives, they're involved in governance and leadership and things like this? How does that work out?
So generally, Grassroots Kenya invests across different ranges of programming, and depending on the needs of the different women in the different communities. For example, if you are in Tana River County, the needs of women are very different from the women in Kiambu who are in the highlands. So, for example, Grassroots Kenya will invest in agriculture and climate smart agriculture to be able to support the women to be able to grow productivity. But then in Tana River, it will be able to invest in ownership of land, trying to support the main activity, which is pastoralism within those communities. How Grassroots does it is to try understand the needs of the women, because this assumption that women or communities do not know their needs, I think, is wrongly placed. Even within our county governments, the assumption that communities do not know what needs to be done. They have their problems, but they also have their solutions. So one of the things that we try to do is, within the movement, organize women to be able to understand what is it that they want to be done within their communities, but also invest in their capacities to be able to be the ones that lead that kind of work. Because imagine a situation where I, Dennis, who is a graduate of Kenyatta University and also privileged a lot to have studied outside the country, going to sit in a community and pretending that I know the needs of those women. I am not in that community. I can't talk about my community where I come from, but I cannot be able to talk about those other communities in those areas. So what we do is we have that, but also one of the biggest aspects of our movement is exposure. You see, a woman who has never left, so one of the headquarters of the county in Tana River, for example, is Hola. Women in the periphery have never come to Hola. It's a small town by all standards. Imagine if you are able to bring that woman to Nairobi or to Kakamega, where there are other women who are doing other things. So the exposure for us, I think, is what has worked the most, because this assumption that they do not need to have to see for them to do, then it's misplaced and it has to be changed. So we invest a lot of our money to try and link different women. So we'll link women from Kiambu with women from Tana River, women from Kitui with women in Nakuru, because that peer learning is very critical for them to change.
So what are you linking them to do?
So, for example, in agriculture, you will find that poultry farming in Kitui is doing very, very well. And it's, many people have done it and have done it very well. It's just starting in Tana River.
Okay. When you say very well, what do you mean?
Like, women have been able to organize, produce, and sell and make an income out of that and make it a livelihood for their lives.
Okay.
In Tana River, we are just diversifying livelihoods, for example, right now with the European Union. And when we are diversifying livelihoods, we are just moving the communities from the typical pastoralism life, because of climate change factors that can no longer support that kind of life, and moving them to other platforms like, we diversify through livestock, beekeeping, we'll diversify through poultry keeping. So we will expose them to other communities that have the same understanding but are doing much better and using that to produce.
So part of the, whether it's sensitization or education process, is actually taking them to where these things are actually practiced by other women, so that beyond the academic understanding of it, they actually get to see the examples of it and they get to experience the successes that you're talking about.
Exactly.
Exactly. This is a constituency that we learn better on site than in a classroom.
Okay.
Actually, the entire constituency of mankind learns that way.
Yes.
They learn better through seeing than from hearing.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Practice.
All right, so for you, Nyokavi, as you have been through some of these, I mean, one can assume that you've been through and you've seen other women from Kiambu County as the coordinator of women for Grassroots. What are some of the things that you have seen that it is very clear that, this has come to be, that without those connections, you have women who will never come to grips, who will never come to experience what it can be like to have these connections outside of where they live?
In communities, first of all, let me say that Grassroots Kenya facilitates the women in the grassroots to be able to participate in the development processes of their own communities, and this is done through movement building, leadership, and advocacy. So, women who doesn't have these initiatives in their own communities, actually they are very backward. And those communities are very, very vulnerable. And they are vulnerable to all sorts of things. Bad governance, poverty, issues of agriculture, no food security is a problem. So in Kiambu, we've been implementing projects emanating from Grassroots Kenya programs, and those are the ones that I coordinate. And I have seen Kiambu coming a long way to where we are today, practicing better agriculture and knowing how to curb issues of climate change and how to address them, involving all the women farmers in the community. And we have been getting practices, like Dennis has said, from other areas and replicating them in our own community. So the reason why women are engaged in these learning exchanges is so that they can get best practices from here and replicate them in their own communities. We saw recently Tana River coming up with a very bumper harvest because there were other regions to learn from. They can complain about their issues of drought, but learning from other women who have been in drought-stricken areas, they can also do similar initiatives.
You know what you just described is what politicians wrongly refer to as benchmarking.
Benchmarking,
yes, because those are just leisure trips. Because now what you've described is actually now benchmarking. Someone visits a place, see what is done, replicates it, as you put it very, very well, and you see results. Now, tell us about some of the successes you've seen in Kiambu. Specific. It was like this, and Grassroots came in, did this, we saw this, and this is where we are.
Some of the successes in Kiambu
is
that
like
women have become actually empowered.
Yes.
Because this is what we get from Grassroots Kenya. Empowerment that will make us take lead in some of the issues that actually affect us. So in Kiambu, Kiambu has been a very patriarchal area. And nowadays we are seeing women occupying most of the spaces of decision making. They are literally in almost every space, from BOMs, land boards, and these are spaces that we have lobbied for. We've been looking out for these spaces. We've been using the challenges that we face in the community, from land issues for women to agriculture. So we look at these spaces and ask ourselves, where can we participate so that we can also be able to push or influence policies in these areas. So Kiambu has actually, I can say it has improved its governance through women taking lead in some of the spaces where women face a lot of challenges, even in health. For example, I've been in health for a long time. in the management of health of our health center, which came up as a mobile clinic, and now it's a level 3, and it was very, very low, with a lot of challenges. Women in the community were very, very vulnerable, but we have been able to raise this hospital to a level where the community is enjoying. And it is not only in my community, it is in other communities where we have been able to do advocacy and influence on the policies required, and also call for resources that can support the community.
Frida, one of the issues that a lot of people deal with when they're coming out of a situation that would be dire, like what Nyokavi is saying, it's difficult to even think. Let's not even talk about doing. It's difficult to even imagine that you could be in a place where you're earning for yourself on a daily. Talk less of get out of the community and meet somebody else. Is credit or access to finances to then be able to make something for yourself. How have you been able to deal with that? Because the likelihood of women coming together to talk about their experiences without food on the table on a daily is an issue.
So Groots is the master of that. We have 3 funds. One is a $1 million fund that we've placed at Equity Bank, and that money serves as a guarantee scheme against which women farmers can borrow and use it for agriculture, agribusiness, what we call agribusiness. That fund is in partnership with the World Bank and the Japan Social Development Fund, but we've placed it at Equity Bank. That's where they borrow from. We have a second fund. It's called the Judiciary Fund. The Judiciary Fund is very interesting, and we set it up in 2020 during COVID. It targets only survivors of violence. So you have to be a survivor of gender-based violence to qualify. That fund, we've placed it at the KWFT, Kenya Women Finance Trust, and the survivors there borrow at 9.6%. Then we also formed our own institution. It's called Groots Circle. So if you're a member of Groots Kenya, you can join Groots Circle as long as, again, you're a grassroots woman. And there they decide which interest rate they want to place on their loan product. So they have from 8% to 12%, and they have different kind of products. They have a Shamba loan. They have a Madini loan, because we also work with miners, especially in Kakamega, Migori, and Taita Taveta. Different products. So they borrow and use them for their own development. That's their own institution, and for me it's the best shot, because then they are making decision on interest, on the duration of loan, on the repayment. And we also hope in the long run that all these funds we've placed with financial institution will come to Groots Circle eventually, when the Circle has grown and matured as an institution.
How have you seen that this money has come to the point, Dennis, where it is lifting? So a woman comes in and she joins a program, doesn't have a coin to her name or anything else for that matter. How have you seen that these funds have directly affected livelihoods in order for them to influence others?
Yes, they really have affected livelihoods. As Frida had mentioned, any bank today will ask for collateral. Actually, it's even worse today, because even when you have a payslip and you have no arrangement with the bank, if your institution is not big enough to have an arrangement with the bank, they still want collateral. Yet you have a payslip. So what has happened, for example, in Nakuru, women started very low, taking loans of around 30,000, 50,000. And last month but one, two women who started that way have bought tractors, new tractors from CMC at 3 million, borrowing from the same money. So they've grown their income within their farms, because one of the characteristics in some of the areas that we work in, people have farms, but how do you make that farm? You have 3 acres, 10 acres. How do you make that farm productive? And that's what Groots has invested heavily on. But then this money has become very important for them to be able to overturn that and make sure that I no longer depend on this income from the farm, but I can buy a tractor that will also serve other people in the community, because that's a need in those communities. In terms of Judiciary Fund, last month but one, Frida went to Kakamega to evaluate what was happening. Remember that Judiciary targets very vulnerable women, particularly those who have faced gender-based violence. And the loan is providing money from between 10,000, 5,000, all the way to 500,000. But you will find, because of the kind of constituents that we work with as Grassroots Kenya, we are many. We are three of us, three organizations working on that fund. Grassroots Kenya specifically has, this target group will only take very small amounts of money.
Yeah.
But then you will find that they change, because if you're investing in a fruit business of 3,000 that gives you 500 shillings every single day, that's a huge income.
Indeed.
Given the amount of money that you're investing. So one of the other things that we are doing is really use data to guide and advise this aspect. So we collect a lot of that information to be able to support these women. If they are able to do better bookkeeping, if they are able to bank that money in a circle, bank that money in a so that they are not overly dependent on this facility, because also remember that this facility has been provided to us by a donor,
right.
in this case MasterCard.
Yes.
So and it has a time limit. How do you make sure that that woman is not overly dependent on Grassroots Kenya for her livelihood, but can be able to turn that into a personal gain
in the future.
Let's
take a break on that point and come back and continue that. Hold that question, CT. I can see it's burning. We'll do it when we come back. Let's take a look at traffic and weather and continue the conversation thereafter. Pocket by Mozilla allows you to store your information and then come back and have a look at it later. Download it on the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store. Tuck your information away and have a look at it later and reference it later. Great app. Use it.
I hope you don't believe that Hustler is a poor person. Hustler is a person who is making his a living through hard work.
The group of leaders we are having now, Kenyans, listen, the chemical composition is the same. You will mold them to ODM, then NASA, you mold them to Kano, mold them to Jubilee, mold them to any other different color sometimes, but the chemical composition is the same.
It's not about me as Nurdin Haji, but it's about the constitution that I swore to protect. So when individuals attempt to hoard those powers and they want to be investigators and also prosecutors, then of course I have to defend that position, because that position is in the constitution and that's what Kenyans wanted.
I'll tell you what happens is that when you ignore court orders, you're creating and quoting anarchy. Then you create a very dangerous precedent.
A story is told of the first president of the country who also went to visit Mathare, presidential tour. Yeah? And of course, he went to this place and he introduced himself. So one of the enemy says, kuna jina kama yangu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mostly sunny conditions in Nairobi at 15. The clouds will come back though from what we see. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 14 today. It's sunny at 15 in Nakuru, highs of 25 and lows of 13. Mostly sunny at 13, highs of 21 and lows of 12 in Nyeri. And it's mostly cloudy at 15 in Eldoret, highs of 21 and lows of 13. The rain is coming down in Mombasa at 23. It'll go to highs of 28. And we'll see highs of 27 in Malindi. 28 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Kisumu and highs of 27 in Kakamega. It's 19 and sunny in Kampala, and we're seeing mostly sunny conditions at 22 in Dar es Salaam, sunny conditions at 12 in Joburg, and it's raining in Lagos at 24. 28 will be the high in a mostly sunny Kinshasa at 19.
Chilled Spice.
All right, still continues on Thika Superhighway this morning. It's looking really messy from that traffic, or rather that accident that took place at Muthaiga. In and outbound traffic continues. They're trying to clear that up, but we will see the dregs of that still through a few minutes. Kiambu Road coming off of that. Just one direction of traffic today, so this is a good thing. The exits on the expressway coming out of Westlands is what we're looking at now, and James Gishuru looks pretty full as you then cross over Waiaki Way out towards the Red Hill Link Road. There's an option for you to use to get out of that. And Gong Road busy as well this morning. Raila Odinga Way not too bad. It'll take off some traffic that's coming off of Langata Road, which by the way is bumper to bumper any which way you look. Let's keep an eye on things and see what's happening about half hour. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Let's keep this morning.
Have never sounded so good.
My favorite songs of the 1980s.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
26 minutes to 9 o'clock, and the conversations continue this morning. And now welcome to our audience on KTN News. As we continue, we're speaking about a grassroots organization for women in the country. And hopefully over that break, the question didn't burn your tongue, CT.
It didn't. It didn't seared my brain.
Okay.
Yeah. As you were speaking, the question that was on my mind and then got transferred to my tongue was, what sort of training do you engage these women in with regards to understanding money matters and managing money? Mm. And do you have programs or systems where women guarantee each other so that they're responsible for each other's well-being? Yeah. That's what I wanted to ask.
Is it mine or Dennis? Okay, I'll take it.
Yes, to me, you answer. Yes.
So let me say this. The training has to be comprehensive. One, you first have to work on the soul and the confidence of the person you're giving money, because they'll take that money and give to their sons, their firstborn. So first we train them. Yes. So first we train them on their own leadership, their own agency, their own self-confidence, and their own self-awareness. They need to know themselves, and they know they deserve that money, and it is theirs, not their husbands, not their sons, not their daughters. Mm-hmm. The other training, of course, is around what will they do with the money. So that business incubation, if they are artisans, they are working on clean cook stove. I'll be giving examples of the things that women do with this money. Mm. Whichever investment that they want to engage in, you make sure that they have the technical skills. And because that's not Groot's expertise, we do that in partnership with private sector or with government officers, especially if it is agriculture, because the extension system in Kenya is quite elaborate. Then the other level of training is on markets. You can be a producer, but you do not have access to market. So how will they be able to source for market for the things that they are producing? So we are also able to facilitate those linkages and make sure that they secure safe markets. Some of our banana farmers in Muranga, they have a contract with a company called AgriCycle that buy banana flour from them. Those ones in Nyandarua are selling their potatoes to Sereni Fries, and these are markets that we've negotiated. Others are engaging with sweet tunda. Then, of course, you also train them on advocacy because you can be a dairy farmer, you have a good number of cows and you're producing your milk. But if the environment you live in is not supportive of your business, you will not thrive. If you do not have a road to take your milk from Molo to Nakuru, it undermines your profit. So our training is collective. We are producing a wholesome person. So it's both the technical training and also the soft issues that may impact their success. Yeah.
We're looking at a movement that essentially is complementary to government.
Yes.
Even if you're not having a daily conversation with government, it's supplementary government service here, because we're looking at the holistic training of individuals, and at the same time we're saying removing people from poverty, essentially, and putting them at a place where they can basically have a conversation with the rest of the world.
Yes.
Now, why do we not hear as often as we should about these wonderful things that were happening? And I'm going to use that adjective wonderful because somebody who is not able to eat one day in, what did you say, 3 years, 4 years, is now buying an agriculture mechanism that is worth 3 million shillings and has essentially been able to lift herself and her family members from a desolate, desperate situation to one where she is thriving. Governments have not been able to do that in years. There are many governments who've not been able to
Yes.
do it, and I'm not talking about Kenya. Have not been able to do that at that. Why isn't it something that's talked about more?
Yeah.
1, 2. What is your partnership with government, if there is one?
I think essentially governments, I wouldn't want to say that governments really try, and I know we now have a devolved system of government that has a challenge, but there are many wonderful things that government does, and one, they have a lot of technical capacity. You can never underestimate that. Yes.
You're a polite person, clearly. And you're trying to be correct, clearly.
Yeah.
Government are not supposed to try.
They're supposed to do.
They are supposed to do.
Yes.
They're trying.
Yes. We give them the resources to do.
Yeah.
So the trying is those of us who need to raise the money so that they can tax. We try to ensure we raise the money, but we give it to them. So
Yes.
the trying element. Anyway, please continue.
Yes. So thank you so much. Yesterday we were in a dialogue. So we are working with the UN Women Count program together with KNBS to look at a number of things. And one of the things that we are doing is a dialogue that we bring together county government officials and communities, but also CSOs, local CSOs in those counties. So yesterday we were in Nakuru County. And I agree what you're saying. We have two parties that are decision makers in this country, particularly when it comes to our counties. We have the political class, but we have communities. Technical staff who are supposed to get that support to be able to do work are nowhere to be seen. And actually, yesterday we were looking at how do we influence the CIDP priorities, because as we all know, we are going into the third generation CIDPs, the County Integrated Development Plans that will help us plan for the next 5 years. But the question is, if the community is very powerful and the political class up there is very powerful, and the people in between are not powerful,
The government technical officers.
the doers of the work, how then do we bridge that gap? And that's the question that comes back to every community. And that's why Grassroots Kenya invests heavily in community awareness, because I keep saying that communities, the word community is misused many times, because who is a community? If the community is not organized, then a community can be one person. They can influence most of the decision in that community. But the question is, how do we organize people within those communities to be able to understand first what is their need, yet they know them. But when politics comes in, their needs become blurred. They no longer are clear that we need water, we need a road, so they will go for, some counties you'll find coolers of milk in an area where production of milk is so low. You wonder what is a cooler for. So the work that Grassroots addresses and tries to work around, and just mentioning that we are trying to use a lot of data, because counties are not using data to plan. Counties, people have ideas, or they have aspirations of their own.
So when we say counties, we're talking about government.
Yes.
What he's trying to say is that the decision-making processes are politicized.
Yes.
It is a political process.
It is.
But you asked why we don't see these good stories. It depends with where you're looking. If you go to the villages and the counties, you'll get to see these very transformative stories. But if you're looking for them in the paper, this is a product of capitalism. It's about profits. Whoever pays the most gets to be featured here.
You know what?
Surely.
Why I say it, because I maybe say it once every week here, is that development begets development. There is no way that you will see something like that growing, and that if somebody else doesn't see it, they're either number one, spurred to replicate,
absolutely,
or then take the idea to somebody else who then has the ability to replicate. But if it is under a bushel, the likelihood of anybody seeing it, and look, I understand, it could be in Kiambu County, it could be in Kakamega County, it could be in Taita Taveta, but then if the person in Garissa County, for example, does not know that this is happening in Taita Taveta, the likelihood of them then being able to replicate or even get an idea that such a thing is possible, then it reduces significantly, isn't it?
Yes.
But then here we are, and I'm saying, you talked about something very interesting, that the needs of these women in these communities remain regardless of which politician comes peddling whatever new idea.
Absolutely.
Now, Nyokabi, for you, as we've looked at the last 1 year, and then even in the last 6 months, where politics and campaigning has been through the roof, have we seen that the women who you mobilize and coordinate, the communities that you're coordinating on a daily basis, then have shifted in their resolve because a politician comes and says 1, 2, 3, or are they steadfast and saying, no, this is actually what we need? And are they making decisions based on their needs or based on what a politician says in a rally in the middle of Thika Town, for example?
This is where now, as women champions, we work with a model called the Champions for Transformative Leadership. And through this model, we champion for those things that can support the community, that can support the women, and that can make the community change their mindset. So this is where Grassroots Kenya comes in to support us, and we even lobby for resources from the counties, because what we have seen of late is that we have very good partnership with the county government as women, and they have come in to support the initiatives that women do. So Grassroots Kenya supports us also in spreading the gospel. Now getting into the community, holding meetings with women, with other groups also, so that we can, at least they cannot be carried away. The way we would think, although they are being carried away, but they cannot actually 100% be carried away.
They'll come back.
By issues that will not be of benefit to them in the near future. So for us, as women, we support women, other women. We support women leadership. We preach women leadership. We campaign for women leadership. So we've been talking to women groups. We've been talking to people who get into the men clubs also. We have men who we call Men for Women Support. We work with them so that we can try to change the mindset of the women from the traditional ways, from what the current trend, so that we can stick to our focus. And our focus is to see at least 1, 2, 3 women being elected into the county assembly, into parliament. And this has been our focus.
So essentially,
in the last 1 year or so, people who have been in platforms of decision making, like I've been in Wezo for the last 5 years now, and I've been trying as much as I can to see that as many women groups get these fundings, and we train them to do entrepreneurship, to do better farming for agribusiness. And these kind of groups have benefited and they have improved, because ours is to see, other than the leadership, to see improved livelihoods. That is very key for women to thrive and to prosper, and even to get their minds off that issue of being vulnerable to so many things. So these are the kind of things that we have been doing through the support of Grassroots Kenya and partnership with the right duty bearers and service providers and stakeholders also.
Frida.
You know why gender is an interest in this current election? It's because the politicians have realized women have an agenda. In the last election, you didn't see a lot of political party forming women leagues, launching women charter, appointing women deputy presidents and giving us promises and all those things. Promises of how many cabinet slots we'll have. Now they are doing it because they've realized it's our political currency, and the women have an agenda and they are clear about the agenda.
What's the agenda, Frida?
The agenda of women, of course, first is to deal with the violations on women's rights. And those are things that we are struggling with as a country. Gender-based violence is a persistent violator of women progress for many years. It's something that we must address. It's to deal with the issues of resources. Grassroots Kenya should not need to put in funds so that grassroots women can be able to prosper economically. Those should come from the market. it's not groups and non-governmental organization that should be intervening in that space. Of course, having voices in the political space, being in those assemblies, being in land boards, being in the health committees like Jane is talking about, that is our agenda. We just want to participate equally in development. We want to be able to influence how resources are allocated at the county.
You know, stop my question at 1B.
Okay, so we're going to 1C?
No,
okay.
I've left the one I'm on question 2.
Oh, right.
Jane,
okay.
What do you do as a coordinator to look for women who need the services that GROOT offers? Because I am sure not all the women in Kiambu who need these services have received them.
As I said, we work through building a movement. We build a movement. And the movement is not for an individual just coming, unless we target you because we want you to be either our ally or you are a resource in the community. So you can be part of the movement. And the movement is made up of groups which are women-led. So through these groups, we keep on inducting new groups. And the groups that come into the movement are not those that are welfare groups that just do things on their own, but groups that target community development holistically. Those are the members of our movement. But we as the champions in those groups, we now target the community at large. So between us, the secretariat, we have the movement. Between the community and the secretary, we have the movement. Now that caters for those women. So we reach out to those women. If we have a project that targets a particular group of women, so we mobilize those kind of women. We are community mobilizers. Currently, we have the GBV project, which has been very rampant in Kiambu. So we actually are responders. We respond to women who are survivors or victims of GBV. We respond to children who are undergoing several violations, rape, defilements, all those kind of things. So this is how we respond through the project that we have at hand. If we don't have a project, because we continue working in the community, if there hasn't been a workable project, we also create our own initiatives of how we shall respond to the challenges that women face in the community. And this is where we keep on mapping. We have a tool called mapping for cross-cutting issues in the community, so that we can always be having real-time data of what is happening in the community, so that we can know how to respond to the things that are impacting the community negatively.
Okay. Yeah. Essentially, I hear you talking about, the three of you, what we call behavior change intervention. Now, it has been argued, I do not believe that there's necessarily overwhelming data to support what I'm about to say, but anecdotally speaking, it has been argued that part of the reason why you don't have very many women in politics or women in positions of authority is because other women do not vote for other women.
Oh, you looked at me.
I looked at both of you.
So leaders are elected by both women and men.
Absolutely. Now, this is not anecdotal. Most people who vie for political seats are men, the majority.
Yes.
So what it means, therefore, is their male supporters, their support will be divided anyway.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Women, for the longest time, it's changing now, haven't had those numbers for one to say they're supporting one of their own. But even when they have, if you were to look at the outcomes, it is clear that very many women voted for those men who ended up in power.
Yes, because we are all socialized in a society where we were made to believe that men make better leaders than women. Even when your father walked in at home.
Discovered they don't.
Of course they don't. So, even when your father walked in at home, If you're sitting on the main chair, you would all stand up. That's how you are socialized. These are things that takes time to learn.
I mean, after all, you have women who you give money and they're taking this money and giving to their husbands.
So these are things, that is why I said you have to work on the soul. You really have to work on the soul, on the mindset. You also have to look at the environment that they are living in. What is the church telling them? What are they told when they go back to, when they go to school? When they go for those women chamas after Grassroots has really inducted them and trained them, are they being told the same thing? Even the environment you live in can slow down your progress. So those social norms, we have to continue working on them through awareness, through exposure. Take women to Zambia. Let them see how women in Zambia live. Take them to other contexts. If you have Kikuyus, take them to Kakamega so that they can learn from other communities that have better practices than them. So social change takes a long time. But the reason why women would behave like that is because we are all socialized in a patriarchal community and we have to invest in learning those norms.
One of the things you must learn to learn is that concept that social norms take a long time to change. They don't.
Yeah?
No, they do not. They take time.
But
not necessarily a long time. Because if the moment you add long to it, then you're more or less saying it is almost impossible to change. And it isn't impossible to change. You only need to look at this country and you look at the focus on the education of women. It started off with a girl child. Unfortunately, the inverse has happened. The boy child seems to be the one who is now disadvantaged. But if you look at the level playing field, it began with that particular, if I may refer to it as a movement, where there was a push to have the girl child go to school, get that chance, which previously did not exist. So the changes you're talking about, we see them because of that.
Yes.
It took time, but not that long a time, surely.
Although, let me correct you, because we are also data people, the boy child is not disadvantaged. Look at the data in the Kenya National Bureau of Standards.
Which specific aspect are you referring to?
If you're talking about education, the transition of girls from class 6, 7, and 8 to secondary is still below. Lower.
Due to what reasons?
If you look, there are many reasons.
Primarily, what is it?
One of the reasons, of course, that have been thrown out there is around early pregnancy.
Okay, now take the education now to the next level and look at the transition.
Also, in university, the transition is also remains still higher for boys.
Yes, exactly. But then how many end up there? You see, if you're talking numbers, how many, starting off point, the ratio of boys to girls, those who enter that particular educational sector, will it not determine the outcome at the other end?
Yes, it will.
Yes, but then look at the job market again. You would say the same numbers, but if you're talking data, who are the preferred employees for those who employ when it comes to the employment sector?
It is men.
It is women, actually.
No.
Actually, it is women.
Which data is that?
I am talking about the research field in which I worked in for the longest time. The preferred people were women.
In the informal economy?
It's formal. Formal research, women.
I don't know. I haven't seen that data. I would like to see it.
One of the things maybe I'd like to throw in and where you come in, I like it because data is very critical and the use of it is very limited for many communities and many actors. We are trying to socialize journalists on the use of data, even in their own writing, because then facts that are provided are critical because some other people take them. You advance, journalists advance a lot of unique things. But if they are not backed by the data, then that information might become problematic. So, and there is a lot of advancement, and specifically on gender data and statistics. And that's very critical to continue. I know we can't finish that debate and discussion today.
It's important to start it because it is an important discussion.
Yes.
You see, please go ahead.
Remember that you can be a preferred employee because you're deemed that you'll cost less or you'll negotiate.
You have that is a possibility, but look at the other positive possibility. Women tend to have less industrial issues.
I want us to take a break and say goodbye to our audiences on KTN Home and KTN News at this time, and then we'll come back and continue with that conversation as we head towards 9 o'clock. But to remind you, don't forget to pick up a copy of your favorite newspaper, The Standard, today. It's carrying exclusively the official list of all aspirants for the August 9th general election, so you can have a look at that. Pick up a copy of The Standard through the day. It's a few minutes to 9 o'clock, and thank you. And the conversations continue on SpiceFM. All right, as we continue with our conversation, crowning at 9 o'clock. So even as we look at the different things, I mean, it's clear that things are happening,
Yes.
and people's lives are being changed, affected for the better. And we're not just looking at the women, the actual bodies of women who are in these organizations, but we're looking at generations then being affected, or lives being changed. We're looking at children who can now go to school. You're looking at young girls who may have not been able to go to school because of things like pregnancy and etc., who then their lives are changing. Is that what it is? It doesn't just stop at the woman, but it's a progressive change movement. Frida?
Yes, it's a transgenerational movement, and I give myself as an example. I'm not the founder of Groots. The founder of Groots was there for 20 years. She's called Esther Maura, but she made an intentional decision to leave the organization in the hands of a young woman. So we must be very deliberate to make sure that we are mentoring those who comes after us, and that we are actually creating that space and exiting the space so that they can occupy it, but also equipping them with the resources, the means, exposing them. You know, the women movement in Africa is very elaborate. So one of the way to socialize the girl child is to make sure that they are in those spaces where women rights and women empowerment are being discussed, whether it is in the AU or in the UN spaces. So how many of these young women do we see present in such spaces? We are now in an election period. Do we have a significant number of young women running, not just women in general, because women are not homogeneous? And I think we are making progress as a country in that. I've seen even there is an attempt by political parties to profile some of the young women that they have given the the ticket to run. And that's important. It may be one, but it is symbolic, and it inspires others in the village to say that even if I'm 25, I can actually express my interest, and the society will give me an opportunity to argue my case. So we are making progress, and we are mentoring young girls.
You can see that.
Yeah.
Frida, Dennis, and Nyokambi, thank you so much for joining us this morning. It's very interesting and inspiring to hear what it is that's happening, and we hope the whole country can, take a look at this and continue in progress. Asante sana.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Conversations continue. It's 9 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Nito Dennis Aseto. United Democratic Alliance presidential candidate William Ruto has promised to formulate a policy on the two-thirds gender rule within 90 days and ensure the required threshold is attained within a year. Ruto, who spoke during the presidential debate, said he had assembled legal experts to propose policy interventions that may not necessarily require constitutional changes to implement.
Let's go back to the two-thirds gender principle. In your view, why did we fail in terms of getting this since 2010?
I think, speaking for myself, I have made a commitment, and I know it's doable, to make sure the two-thirds gender rule is realized. There are different proposals. There are proposals that require constitutional change. There are some that do not require constitutional change. And I have assembled a team of very competent constitutional lawyers to look at how we can have a framework in 90 days of our government, and within 1 year make sure it is implemented. And it's not necessarily for purposes of the women of Kenya. It is for the benefit of everybody.
The Kenya Kwanza Alliance leader said he would ensure women who lag behind in representation are elevated to positions of influence in parliament and the executive, where they have equal status with their male counterparts on crucial national matters. And the Gano Party presidential contender David Wahiga Maure has pledged to ensure health facilities in the country set up a mental health department to address the surging mental health challenges once elected to office after the August 9 polls. Speaking at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa while outlining his agenda for Kenyans, Wahiga said mental health is a huge challenge for Kenyans who are battling stress for various reasons, including the cost of living. He tore into Roots Party presidential flag bearer Jojo Jacoy's plan to legalize banks, saying it's one of the reasons why some Kenyans are suffering depression.
We can't ignore that mental health is here with us. It's with our brothers, it's with our sisters, it's with people very close to us. We need to start tackling that. In our hospitals, this is something we will want to give a lot of attention to. Number one, we need to start tracing it from as early as primary school, if not high school, because one of the problems we've had is ignoring that mental health is real and it exists. Number two, we need to come up with what other countries have done, and other countries have come with means and ways and means, where there are even lines where you can call because you feel like taking your life the next 1 minute, and you get a counselor ready waiting for you. We will give enough money to our health sector. We've talked about at least a 5-level hospital in every county, and in it we will demand that there be established a Department of Mental Health.
Now, Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni has defended his country's relationship with Russia as Moscow's top diplomat toured Africa to drum up support over the war in Ukraine. Uganda was one of the 17 nations to abstain during a vote in March on a UN resolution that overwhelmingly condemned the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
We have also talked of cooperation or cooperating in space science. Uganda would like to have its own small satellite to see what is happening around the globe. Then nuclear energy, although Uganda has got hydropower and sun and so on, but we have also got a lot of uranium, which we would like to use to generate electricity. For us, we have got our clear position as part of the African Liberation Movement. We know who is who and who is doing what and why, and we know where we stand.
Vulnerable countries on the continent and elsewhere in the world, however, have been hard hit by the fallout from the war that has seen prices of fuel and food soaring. On alleged invasion of Ukraine, Lavrov said it is a military operation being undertaken there, but which the West has painted negatively.
Basically, I have touched upon this issue, and the only one comment that I can add is that our Western colleagues nowadays blame Russia for everything. This started a long time before the current military operation in the Ukraine. You can remember the year 2016 when there was no Ukrainian dossier, but once again they said that it was Russia who elected President Trump.
Lavrov insisting that Russia was not to blame for the spike in food prices across the world.
Then when it comes to the current food crisis, it also started earlier when there was the surge of prices owing to the COVID-19 pandemic a few years ago. Then the European states started their fight against the effects of the pandemic, and they did it by emitting new money without having them well backed. And so there were many miscalculations and errors, and you can read about them thoroughly in the records of the World Food Programme and the FAO.
This is Newsweb. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
All right, at a few minutes after 9 o'clock, still building up in many parts of the city today, and we're looking at traffic that has built up on the thicker superhighway today. That's not letting up just yet. Coming off of Langata Road is looking a bit better as you get to the roundabout, and we're looking at traffic continuing in different parts of the city as well. Coming out of Westlands, it's still doing its thing on Ngong Road, at least the greater part of Ngong Road going out towards Community into the CBDs where you see most of the action. Looking a lot better off the thicker superhighway, just at that Pangani underpass now. That accident issue from earlier has more or less cleared up. And coming off Kiambu Road, also not as bad, at least not for now. Limuru Road not looking too bad either. Most parts of the city clearing up, getting towards the end of traffic hour this morning, and hopefully we can keep it just so. Let us know what's going on where you are. Hopefully we can keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
Indeed, the only way to start your day. It's 7 minutes after 9 o'clock. We're into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. It's been that day, and I think a lot of things coming out that are very important for us to keeping an eye on. All right, we're going to shift things a little bit this hour, and we're looking into the events of last night and then reactions from the debate that took place last evening. And I'm going to get a bit of help with that conversation this morning. But before I let you know who's here, let's hear today's proverb.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
When you have a lot to do, start with a meal. Starting your day, program is jam-packed, activities one after the other. Eat first. Then go for all those things.
Did you eat this morning?
I most certainly did.
Did you?
Yes.
Okay. Just kind of make sure. We'll ask the gentleman that question because, it's
yes, we will.
going to be 50 interesting minutes. Okay. When you have a lot to do, start the day with a meal.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
All right, so here we are, and last night there
gums.
was the presidential debates that was slated to happen, of course, for the 26th of July, and that took place. Yes, there were some who were not there. I guess half the number of the contestants were not there, but still the show went on. Joining us to have that conversation in the studio this morning is the ODM Communications Director, Philip Etale. Philip.
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning to you.
Karibu sana.
At least I had a meal in the morning before I came in.
This was my next question, but you are ready for the day, so we are happy. I'm going to ask the same question of Dennis Dumbi. Good morning.
Very well.
You're
Good
well?
morning. Yes, I am.
You had a good meal today?
I haven't had a meal.
Oh, no.
I think it's good to have a meal in the morning. And there's also another verse in the Bible that says, "Woe unto the nation that the king has a feast in the morning." Is a child. But however, I think I'll have a meal today because I have a lot to do.
Well, all right then. Political analyst Dennis Dumbi is with us in the studio as well today. And we're looking at what occurred last night and what this portends for the future politically. And the future, mind you, could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be the next 12 days, which we're looking at then selecting a new leader. At the presidential level, at the gubernatorial level, at the senatorial level, at the member of parliament, woman representative, MCA, making this decision and saying, okay, so what came off of that last night? Philip.
Yes.
You were watching. Mm-hmm. I'm going to assume.
I followed it.
You followed it. Mm-hmm. What were your thoughts coming off of this, especially since the Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga did not attend the debate?
First, I want to say Honorable Raila Odinga's decision to skip the debate should not be thought to be an act of cowardice, like some people are trying to put it. Sometimes in politics, there are decisions that one has to make. And every decision that one makes in politics has a reason. One, you may decide not to have a meal, like my brother Nthombi has decided not to have a meal in the morning. Number two, you may have a meal like I did. So what Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga did was just to take a break from these debates. He has been participating in all the debates since 2013. Nobody has ever raised a question on why he is attending these debates. This time around, he said, I want to take a break from this debate so that to give room to my competitor to explain himself.
Okay.
And I want to say here, without batting my eye, that the Honorable William Samoei Arap Ruto will go down in history as the only man to have lost in a debate in which he was the only contestant. He never talked anything about the hustler that he always talks about in rallies. He never touched on Mama Mboga. And in fact, after the photo shoot that they had with the Mama Mboga and the border chap, you could see that video where the Mama Mboga was being shoved away. Ni kama unachoma picha. Meaning that that lady was just brought in for PR purposes. Then after that photo shoot, her purpose was done. He never mentioned anything about the bottom-up economy. He's been yelling and shouting in rallies, talking about bottom-up economy. Yesterday he had 1 hour, 30 minutes to talk about it, to explain how this bottom-up economy is going to help this country, how it's going to bolster the growth of our economy. He never did that. I watched from minute 1 to the last minute that he was given to talk about, to say something, to give his parting shot. I thought he would say, I want you Kenyans to vote because I'm supporting or I'm agitating for a bottom-up economy. He never did that, which means bottom-up economy is just but a fallacy and a dream that can never come true for this country. Perhaps he was reading from the books and the papers about what happened in Singapore, because the president who was ousted after 1 year in office came in office talking about bottom-up economy. When he got into office, he plundered the economy of that country in the guise of doing what he was promising the people. But the people said, just like William himself said yesterday, enough is enough. And I believe to him, enough is enough. Now,
Dennis, okay, what do you have to say about this? I mean, here, Deputy President William Ruto basically had a captive audience to himself to be able to tell the country one last time, maybe at a gathered audience like that, what he would want to do if the Kenyan people did select him, and what he chose to say is what he chose to say. What were your thoughts about this, reactions from that debate?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here, and good morning to our worthy listeners. In his opening statement, he said, I believe that this is a Mama Mboga moment. We have 5 million young people who are not working. We have 15 million Kenyans who today are blacklisted in CRB. We have 10 million citizens who have no access to credit in the small and micro enterprise sector. I believe I am the candidate with the plan to take Kenyans to the next level.
Okay.
So indeed, he spoke about Mama Mboga. And not just speaking about Mama Mboga, he spoke into the issues of Mama Mboga.
Mama Mboga, meaning Mama Mboga is a hustler?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Mama Mboga is basically what it is that we call the primary micro enterprise in our country.
Okay.
Sort of what we call the Kadogo economy. You understand? So if you don't have a farm, or if you can't go into your large supermarkets technically, and you have your 5-10 shillings and you need a meal, you basically get Mama Mboga to fix your meal. Not just that, Mama Mboga stands as one of the biggest micro loaning enterprises in these countries. They can access you 2,000 worth of credit on Mboga, you know, and at the end of the day, you pay them after 2 weeks or whatever it is. So they sit as sort of what it is that we call the backbone of not just of food industry, but the micro enterprise industry. So he didn't just do that, but also part of his chief guests was Mama Mboga from Kiambu and a border person. Now, by the grace of God, I have been involved in the debate process, debate planning process, the presidential debate planning process from 2013, 2017, and 2022. Yesterday, the two of his guests, who then sit within the bottom of our pyramid in Norway's social and micro economic status, were his VIP guests. They accessed his VIP room. They took center stage seats. They were with him technically all the way, They were part of the team that received him, together with the media owners and the media council thereabouts. So they were at the center of all this.
So was it optics, or was it part of then what he was going to share for the debate?
I don't know what is optics, because the cameras belong to the media, at the end of the day. So, I mean, if optics, they can go to the studio, take their own photos.
No. Listen, the audience who was listening to what the Deputy President spoke, because you're talking about the fact that he brought in, the Mamamboga as his chief guest.
Yes.
For whose benefit then was that?
For their benefit.
Them?
It was for their benefit.
For their benefit. For them to be part of this.
And I can tell you, I have been part of the debating process as a chief security consultant.
Uh-huh.
And I have never seen that level of guest, essentially the bottom of a pyramid, coming into such debates.
Okay.
Usually, you have the entitled political class attending that, and families and thereabout. You don't have what we call is that the less privileged, if I'd use that. But that's not just it. Let me speak into the absence of Raila Odinga and into the absence of Wajakoya. Raila Odinga is not the only one who missed the debate. Wajakoya also missed the debate. There's what we call democratic obligations. And democratic obligations sit within what we call prudential obligations. The ultimate indebtedness into liabilities and obligations of you as a leader. The debate today sits as an integral part of not just our democratic process, but our electioneering process. It sits as the stage where then the leader answers to critical questions, but not just that, where it forms as part of an audit process, but not just that, where it sits within a place where then the leader can answer to critical questions and be accountable to the masses. Now, in 2013, one interesting thing happened. Raila Odinga was put into task by Senior Counsel Muite and Martha Karua to the fact that he used the peace process that emanated in 2007, chaos, to bring political expediency and advantage to himself through the surrender process and throw Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto under the bus, and was accused in that debate to have been against the local tribunals. Why am I saying that? Is because the explanation that was given within the 2013 debate sat as an integral question that Kenyans had to the peaceization of the nation, to ensuring that we have eternal peace and we don't just erupt after every 5 years. You understand? The process that came from 2007 today is essentially what has contributed to critical institutions within our constitution 2010. When you look at NCAC, when you look at the electoral process gains that we have, when you look at National Land Commission and thereabout, so all those were explained within this debate, and there was a proper discourse that emanated from that. But unfortunately, somewhere from 2017, there was a abstention of Uhuru Kenyatta. And this, in 2022, there's the abstention of Raila Odinga. So what that happens is that Kenyans who are the ones who are entitled to this debate democratically, under many articles of the Constitution that I can cite, miss to audit leaders on critical questions that are plaguing this nation. Especially now, when we sit where Raila Odinga must answer on the fact that he's a state project. Wajakoya also comes
on the
fact? State project. On the fact that has been spoken about.
Or the opinion,
the president said, I picked these two personally.
But if something is spoken about, it's an opinion, not necessarily
That's
a
the reason
fact.
why I'm saying. That's the reason why it's important to come to these debates, so that then you can explain yourself, so that then we can discuss this as a community and as a family judiciously, and you can also let us know your role perhaps as a quasi-president, and why within the 5 years that we had the handshake, how come it morphed to a BBI, to a constitutional review or revision process? And what about the critical questions on integrity, on matters of KEMSA billionaires and many of those things that today do not address the plight that Kenyans have gone through the pandemic and through the, exaggerated cost of living that we are living in. So that debate sits as an integral juncture where we audit questions that are plaguing our society and our community in ways that then will bring comfort and stability.
Itali, do you feel that those are questions that then are on the prerogative of Raila Odinga to answer, or Wajakoya to answer, those who did not attend the debate?
And I'll not speak for Wajakoya because I'm not a political analyst like my brother is. I'll only speak for the Honorable Raila Odinga. And I want to dispel one thing that my brother said here. This issue of Raila being branded a project. Raila Odinga vied in 1997 for the top seat. He vied in 2007 for the same seat. 2013, 2017. Whose project was he then? The Raila I know believes in one cause, that I want a Kenya that will be corrupt-free, a Kenya that will be united, a Kenya where everyone in business will thrive and everything will work. Now, but Raila Odinga in 2018 decided that after all that happened in 2017, during and post-election, that I should sit down with these men that I've been battling for over the years for the top seat and agree on working together in the interest of the nation to put this country together, to ensure that there's peace, that businessmen and businesswomen work in an environment that is conducive, without noise, without people throwing stones, without police officers hurling tear gas canisters at people demonstrating. He is now branded a project. Raila Odinga is far much away above being branded a project. He can never be anybody's project. He is his own man. Number two, my brother has said that there's a question that arose in 2013 about the issue of prosecuting suspects of the PAVE 2007-2008 post-election violence. He says blatantly here that Raila Odinga was agitating for the Hague. Yet Raila is on record. He is quoted in many forums saying how a local tribunal would have been useful in handling this matter. And the very man he is trying to defend here, I believe he is, Dr. William Ruto, was quoted in a press conference and even in public forums saying he prefers the Hague because he believes if a local tribunal is set up for these, it can be used to settle political scores. Now you know where the lie is. Now, he talks about corruption, about after the handshake, there's been KEMSA, billionaires. I think that's the only scandal that can be cited after the handshake. In 2013 to 2017, there are over 20 corruption scandals involving billions of shillings, including the SGR, inflating the cost of the SGR. There's Galana Kulalu, which failed, and yesterday the deputy president could not explain how it failed, yet they had promised Kenyans that Galana Kulalu was going to be a very viable project for the country in terms of ensuring food security.
Yes.
There were so many scandals. He is shying away from those scandals. He can't mention them because he knows in the first Uhuruto government, a lot of scandals happened. A lot of billions were lost. Many people are still talking about those scandals. They cannot open their mouths to them. Number three, about yesterday's debate, I watched it. And as a good student, I was told to be a good listener. I watched, I listened. I opened my eyes, I opened my ears. The only thing I can say about Dr. William Ruto is that he came smartly dressed for the occasion. Perhaps he thought the Honorable Raila Odinga would show up like Sakaja did when he surprised Igade in the gubernatorial debate. Raila takes a stand and says, I am not going to that debate. And that was it. He took that stand, and it was. Now, the questions were put to him, and I give accolades to the interviewers. Your colleague Latif, who was my senior in school, and my sister Yvonne. They were very blatant. They could not blink their eyes. They shot straight questions to the DP. As usual, he was evasive. He was contradicting himself. He looked confused, untruthful, immoral, and unethical.
How exactly does someone look immoral, Mr. Itali?
You could see it when he was asked about, do you believe in the independence of judiciary? It took him 10 seconds to respond to that.
Let's say
and he bubbled. He couldn't speak.
But when I tell you, let's say it took him 30 seconds, how on earth does that prove that there's a morality issue?
He had staccatos. He couldn't answer. When it came to the issue of Kerio Valley killings, you saw what he said? That these killings are happening because they want to punish him politically. That the people who used to own arms, firearms, in the Kerio Valley and the neighboring counties were disarmed to punish him politically. The question was put to him. The clashes, interclan clashes in those areas, conflict regions, started way back when the former president was in power, President Moi. During Kibaki time, it was there. Does it mean that they were being done to punish you politically? Were you active politically during those days? He mumbled, he couldn't answer. So many questions were put to him that went unanswered. And if he answered, he was very skewed in answering those questions.
CT, it seems that Philip is basically saying that the Deputy President didn't meet the mark when it came to this debate.
He didn't. That's what he said.
Look at it this way. What I'm hearing, Philip is actually stating his understanding of what the debate was, and he claims what he saw, because he opened his eyes, what he heard, and he has put them together, an amalgam, and he has analyzed it, and he's giving us his analysis and understanding of it. He's not stating facts. He's stating what he understood, what took place to be.
I was coming to that.
Yes.
And well, I think you've distracted me because I was trying to construct what I wanted to say. Watching that debate, there are so many questions that were put to the Deputy President. And Raila being absent from it, because I know and I believe from the heart of hearts that had Raila showed up to that debate, the Deputy President would have gained courage to start spewing venom like he does in public fora. He would have used the occasion to start mentioning people's names, dragging in people who are not present to defend themselves. But because my boss failed to show up, he looked like he was humbled because the question that were being shot to him was straight, and he could not use that occasion to try and have a scapegoat that, this mtu akitendawili, blah, 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 like he always does in public fora.
And would have straight questions, I'm sorry, Philip, but would have straight questions not been then posed to Raila Odinga had he not shown up?
Definitely Raila Odinga.
Well,
Raila Odinga knows how to tackle questions. And he always wants an environment where you are free to answer questions without anyone intimidating you.
Are you suggesting that
Raila Odinga would have been intimidated had he appeared?
Look here. The purpose of a presidential debate or any other debate in a political, in an electioneering period, is to have the gentlemen and ladies who are participating in that particular electoral process to articulate their issues constructively and effectively in an environment that is conducive for them to do that. If you watch, I once visited the UK during the debate, one of the debates, and I liked the way it was organized because the rules of the game were you are coming here to talk about the manifesto that you have, the policies that you want to implement when you are elected into office, and what you want to do for the people of the United Kingdom. And the participants went there knowing that this is what I'm going to talk about. I'm not going to blackmail anyone. I'm not going to talk about somebody who is not here to defend themselves. And that is what is supposed to happen here in Kenya. But to the contrary, the debates in Kenya, like William Ruto said in 2017, debates are used to blackmail people, to intimidate people, to have people answer questions that are irrelevant. He said it, and he's on record. When he skipped the presidential...
I want to take a break, gentlemen.
Yes.
And maybe douse that a little bit. I want to take a break, and then we'll come back and continue. Philip, as you come off of that, Dennis, I can see that you have a question. We'll do that, or rather a statement. All right, let's take a break at 27 minutes to 10 o'clock. And I have to remind you that please pick up a copy of your favorite paper, The Standard Today. It's carrying exclusively the official list of all aspirants for the August 9th general election. Pick that up and take a look who is on that list today. It's the standard copy today on the 27th of July.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Namba the Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. You know, there are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the constitution is an illegal act. You know, he shouldn't be doing it and he shouldn't be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Partly sunny day in Nairobi at 15. We'll see highs of 24, highs of 25 in a sunny Nakuru, and it's raining in Nyeri. Highs of 21 today. 21 will be the high in a partly sunny Eldoret. Light rain at 24 in Mombasa. It's also raining in Malindi at 26, and sunny conditions at 23 in Kisumu. 23 and sunny as well in Kakamega. In Kampala, mostly sunny at 23, and we'll see light rain for most of today in Dar es Salaam, currently at 24. Warming up in Johannesburg at 14, sunny conditions, and the rain continues in Lagos at 25. It's 20 and cloudy in Kinshasa. Looking out into Beijing, it's raining still at 27, and it's a sunny day in Paris at 15. It's 16 and sunny in London as well. And coming into Wednesday, it's going to be clear in New York, currently at 23. We'll see highs of 25.
Spice up your life.
The TikTok of the clock says that we're out of traffic hour this morning. Just a little bit of traffic that we're seeing still continuing on Huru Highway and trying to get into the city. As you get to that roundabout and then going on towards Westlands, you should be all right. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, that accident has been cleared up, so we're not going to see too much of an issue there. Still, the dregs of traffic that we're dealing with on Jogo Road, however, getting towards Landis and then out towards the Kamkunji roundabout, that continues at least for now, but you should be all right on the Thika Superhighway as you're coming into the city, save for the Pangani underpass, which has just a little bit of traffic, but we should be all right through the morning. Talk to us. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Chilled Spice.
We know it is cold, but Cold Stone Creamery has hot deals for you. This month, enjoy cups of rich and creamy ice cream, delicious ice cream cakes, and fresh oven-baked cakes at amazing prices. Visit any of our stores in Nairobi or Mombasa and indulge in your favorite treats. Cold Stone Creamery, the ultimate ice cream experience.
Mama Kim, mambo poa. Niuzie toothpaste ile ya Power 3. We nawe ati 3 nini? Toothpaste ya Power 3. Yani Aqua Fresh Gel. Aqua Fresh Gel. Hiyo ni gani tena? Wacha nikwambie.
Aqua Fresh Gel ni dawa ya meno ya kipekee iliyothibitishwa na Power ya 3-in-1. Piga mswaki mara 2 kwa siku na siri ya usafi wa mdomo, fresh breath, strong teeth na gums zenye afya bora. Tabasamu huanza na Aqua Fresh Gel.
Do you sometimes come across all this interesting and amazing content online, and before you know it, you're 10 tabs in? Or sometimes your browser refreshes itself and you lose that video or write-up you were keen on. In these moments, I bet you wish you could store this content somewhere so it's accessible to you when you need it or want to share it. Well, you can. It is as simple as putting it in your pocket. Thanks to Pocket by Mozilla, you can curate what you love, save it to your list, and access it even when you're offline. It gets better. You have the option of listening to your favorite articles, and before you ask, of course you can watch video content as well as even when offline. Filter the best of the internet and download Pocket by Mozilla now. Available on iOS and Android. Stori zetu kikwetu.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Business news with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. President Uhuru Kenyatta has commissioned an additional unit at El Carrier 1 geothermal plant in Naivasha. The additional unit, which has an installed capacity of 83 megawatts, is set to raise the capacity of Kenyan's installed energy to 1,904 megawatts, with its geothermal capacity standing at 799 megawatts. At the same time, President Kenyatta has commissioned the 172 megawatts El Carrier 5 geothermal power project, whose construction was completed in 2019. Local traders, including manufacturers and merchant traders, have continued to experience dollar shortages as the supply of greenback remains constrained. In a meeting with the Central Bank of Kenya last month, players in Kenya's private sector pushed for banks to ensure equal access to dollars as part of the cure to the crunch. And migrant workers have defied the global rise in the cost of living to sustain the volumes of diaspora remittances. This is according to a new survey by leading global payments company WorldRemit, which surveyed diasporas in the US, UK and Australia earlier this month. Findings from the survey show migrants have applied various interventions to cut their spending habits with a view to sustaining remittances. And Alibaba announced a plan to allow more mainland Chinese investors to invest in their stock. In a statement, the Chinese tech giant said that its board had approved an application to upgrade its Hong Kong stock to a primary listing, which it expects to take place by the end of this year. Alibaba already has a primary listing in New York, where its shares have traded on the New York Stock Exchange since a massive IPO.
Sugar and spice and everything.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
At 19 minutes to 10 o'clock, and the conversation continues. Before we went to the break, coming back to you, Dennis, and you had rebuttal.
Yes, I mean, I have sat here in the eyes of a father, looking at Philip. And if this was my house, I would have told him to the corner, for misbehaving. Essentially, what Philip has done is that he has stooped to the level where ODM has always been in terms of mainstreaming and rationalizing eternal hatred towards William Ruto. in the 17 minutes that he has tried to articulate his hatred, there's nothing useful that he can give us to discuss technically.
How do you determine the hatred, if I may ask?
I mean, because you see, the thing about personalization of politics rather than issues is what we want to move away from. You cannot water down such a serious debate that spoke into 7 critical areas of our nation. You can't just make it, a William Ruto punching event. And that's what we want to run away from. That personalization of politics. We want to go to depersonalization of politics. We also want to move from, this space that we trivialize national matters. Just to rationalize them to almost gossip level of what isn't there, thereabout. Because a lot of the issues that have been played out are issues that William Ruto spoke into. The gossip around Kimwarer and Haror. The gossip around this and that and all that. You understand?
Kimwarer and Haror gossip, were those not facts?
What I want to say.
Everything around it that has been in the media, because when you say that, essentially you're saying what media has reported were not facts.
Exactly. What media reported previously were not facts. The facts were discussed yesterday. And that's the reason why we say that debates are critical aspects in terms of, number one, democratizing our space. Yesterday, all the lies, all the spurious aspersions that have been cast to the person of William Ruto, that DPP, the office of ODPP himself, spoke to the fact that William Ruto is not in this thing. These matters were signed by the president and all that. So most of those gossip that was mainstreamed to cast aspersions on his person, yesterday they were disqualified. Unfortunately, the nation has been fed to this emotional disposition of ODM for a very long time.
Isn't it difficult, though, Dennis, for the subject of what you're calling gossip to then disqualify himself from it? Wouldn't you need somebody else to disqualify you if you were the subject of a particular issue?
What I was talking about is that if it's journalism, we want journalism that sticks to facts.
This individual, the Deputy President, William Ruto, is the one who was on the podium yesterday.
Exactly.
You're saying that he then applied disqualification to some of these issues that had come up. Is it possible for him to disqualify himself?
Disqualify himself? Or what I'm saying is that what we have been told within the media space, within rallies of ODM and whatever it is, about some of these issues was gossip that was mainstreamed for people to believe that. And yesterday the facts came out. The facts in a lot of those issues were spoken out, came out as the truth yesterday. And it was the first time that William Ruto discussed about it. Before, we were getting some of the information from the ODPP. But I want to say this. Any man who refuses to show up for a fight is a coward.
So
and
you're
Raila
saying that
Odinga,
Raila
allow me
Odinga
to
is a
speak because you
coward,
didn't interrupt him. But
and Wajakoya is a coward?
Raila today stands as a coward. And why am I saying that is because the reason why he refused to show up for this debate is because much more we have had trouble from Raila for the last 40 years as a nation. In this year, in fact,
we here is who exactly?
I'm speaking as a Kenyan.
You and who?
Even if I'm alone.
No, I think that's gossip.
No, even if I'm alone,
gossip that shouldn't be
I
allowed
stand as
to
a
go
son
on.
of this nation, technically, that should have something useful to say. And this is what I'm saying.
Actually, Mr. Itale, you also aired certain views that you didn't corroborate with facts. If one Mr. Dennis Umbi wants to state his view, we are letting him state his views. We will challenge those views of his, but let him state his views.
And this is the views. The reason why I'm saying that we've had trouble from Raila Odinga for the last 40 years is that this year stands as the 40th year from the time Raila Odinga was one of the main actors in the coup in 1982 at the end of the day. And that process alone democratizes our space so much. I was a young man then, and several things went wrong, incredibly wrong. And you can see an entire traction from that time in terms of how that coup led Moi's disposition into compromising critical aspects of democracy and thereabout as we go into that space. And coming into 2010, when we had our constitution now, then we see, I think in the last 5 years, again, an injury that was introduced to our constitution 2010 by the same Raila Odinga. So technically, this nation
this
has
injury,
sat.
can you expound on it? Because you've said there was
BBI, the constitutional revision that BBI brought in, was in fact revising some of the gains that are in Constitution 2010, and that is what I'm calling an injury. You understand? So the aspect of that, I laugh when I hear that Raila has any good record in this country, sincerely, and I've lived in this country for that long. I have not gone to Europe like you know, but I have been in this country thereabouts. So I have experienced the degeneration of democracy consistently within this space. And what we are saying is that we need to move to the space that we discuss issues.
You need to define this we, because you are giving us an opinion that is actually yours. You haven't provided any facts that support what you're saying, except that you're saying it.
I have given you the facts that you understand that
facts.
There was BBI, that was a constitutional revision process. Fact number one. Fact number two, I have told you about the coup that happened in 1982. Those details are there. Fact number two, I have given you.
If you're talking about facts, you see, it is one thing to point to facts that support your argument. I guess that's how you forward an argument. But one would then ask, when you have a debate such as the one that was there yesterday, should there be a different yardstick for that particular debate with reference to personalizing issues, or should it only be limited to that, and when people are out on the campaign trail, then those rules then again do not apply? Because if you look at our politics, whether it is from the side of Dr. Ruto or Raila Odinga, who are you going to say has not personalized issues here? Who?
And that's the reason why I stand here saying one of the things that we need to do is depersonalize politics and get into issues. One of the things that Dr. Ruto has done is make this campaign about the economy. Article 43 of our constitution tells us of the socio-economic rights that Kenyans have. One of the things that he did is that he told Raila, stop about this culture of T-beams and tialala and sloganeering. Stop this culture of contesting election results that are prudent thereabout. What we want to do is ensure that Kenyans achieve Article 43 of our constitution. What we need to make sure, we as leaders, is that we do not only conform to Chapter 6 of our constitution, we also deliver Chapter 4 of our constitution, and that's the Bill of Rights. Not only that, we need to conform to Chapter 13 of our constitution that speaks into ethics in public service. Not only that, the president himself, who is the project master of Azimio, has offended Article 10.2 of the Constitution that defines that he must be an asset that brings in national unity thereabout. And by supporting one side of the political divide, and we have information that is credible enough to say that part of the reason why Raila Odinga did not participate in this debate is because their principal, their chairman, who is the president, did not want to be discussed forthright. And this concept that is in page 61 of the Kenya Kwanza manifesto that speaks about state culture, state capture, puts perhaps the president of the Republic of this country as the posture of state capture. Because when we spoke about state capture,
Dennis,
Azimio came very fast and defended this person.
It's hearsay, so unfortunately it's not something that we can ride upon now to then be able to forward an argument. Unfortunately.
No, what is hearsay? I want to know what is it that
you've just said that you heard from, whichever sources. It's hearsay.
Hearsay I heard from where? No,
it's you who said it.
You need to tell us where you heard it from.
But some of these things, I don't know why you're saying hearsay.
Dennis,
I need to ask you.
Let
me ask one question.
I will ask you the question, Dennis, and this very clearly this. You've just stated that you heard from sources that the reason why Raila Odinga did not attend the debate was because the chair of the words you used, the project, was not ready to hear himself be discussed.
Yes.
I do not know where you heard it from, but you heard it.
Yes.
So it is hearsay.
Yeah.
Right?
Wait. No.
I was not there.
Pure hearsay and gossip.
No problem.
The other country was not there.
Let me
the
ask
other
you a
parts of the
question.
country was. So the thing is, can we then go on that? And unfortunately, this is the problem, because people will ride on that thing that you say and use it then to form opinions, unfortunately.
No.
And if it's not the case, it can't be. It can't be used.
I have no idea why you be in defense of a fact. And this is
it a fact? And how can it be proven? We must be careful between facts and opinions.
Allow me to answer.
Yes.
It's
how can it be proven?
Allow me to answer. It's a fact that Uhuru Kenyatta is a chairman of Azimio.
Mhm.
The second fact is that he's the one who formatted Azimio. The third fact is that he's on record to say that he chose Raila Odinga and Martha Karua. The fourth fact is that on state capture, when we discussed state capture as Kenya Kwanza, Azimio came forth and defended the president, presented the president as a poster child of state capture. It's a fact that on the Martha Karua and Rigathi debate, they said that Rigathi over-discussed the president.
They, who?
So, Azimio.
Okay.
I don't think when we talk they, we are talking about
Actually,
Martha Karua
we
can
need to
actually
be very
do
clear.
ODM.
We need clarity. Then.
So the truth is, and this is a fact. It's not hearsay. You know, we are here. You know, if Raila stands on a podium and speaks about something, is that hearsay? If I say I heard from Raila,
yes,
it's not hearsay.
Yes, it is.
Well, you know, technically, you know, hearsay is borderline and factual. But what I'm saying here are factual things. I've given you 5 facts.
No, but
on
I'm
why-
asking on the one issue
on
which
why-
unfortunately you've not given me
if
a
I
fact.
may,
or
no,
CT has a
if
question.
I
Go
may,
ahead.
if
CT,
I
please.
may,
I've given you facts. At the end of the
you
day.
refer to facts. Fact. Dr. William Ruto is the Deputy President of Kenya.
Fact.
When you talk about the government, the presidency represents the government.
Fact.
William Ruto has never resigned. So anytime you talk about the government, at what point do you divorce the deputy president with everything that is being said?
Okay, allow me to answer. Was that question to me
No,
or is a general question?
I've made a statement. I want you to respond.
The response is this: you're aware of the executive order that the president did, and the executive order, what it did, it formatted.
Tell me about the executive order. What exactly did it state?
It formatted. In fact, what it did, it restructured government in terms of the deputy president. Even before I go to the executive order, which every Kenyan knows,
actually,
the roles of the deputy president is essentially what is assigned to him by the president. So objectively, if the president does not assign roles, so it means that the deputy president technically sits there as a rose. Number 2, we brought specific immunity to the office of the deputy president as opposed to what was there before. Because what happens is that we wanted to
I don't
introduce
understand what you mean. When you say you brought specific immunity, what do you mean?
that the president cannot be able to fire his deputy.
So when you say we brought it, who is the we?
Kenyans. But I'm speaking as Kenyans, many Kenyans, the new constitution. Or do you want me to say I?
No. You need to be specific and say
I
that
am
the
being
constitution
specific.
states. No. You've intermingled the we. Sometimes
Excuse
I'm not
me,
certain.
The constitution is a social contract
Okay.
by Kenyans. So
Yes.
when I say we, I refer to an action undertaken by the majority of Kenyans. I sit within that majority of Kenyans.
Okay, so
when I
Dennis
say
is
we,
speaking
that-
for Kenyans.
So what I'm saying is that the truth of the fact is this, that we saw the kind of abuse that was there before in the executive. And what we wanted to do was to bring in specific protections and immunity that for the first time we will have checks and balances within the headship of this nation. So Uhuru Kenyatta cannot wake up one day and fire his deputy. The incoming president will never wake up one day because his deputy president disagrees with him on principle and send him home. We depersonalized the executive and ensured that we brought it in as an institution that respects the law and thereabout.
Okay, Philip, I'm going to give you a minute.
And we can discuss that for 17
Philip
hours
has a comment
thereabout,
to go on that. So, Philip.
Yeah, I'm not going to respond to all the fallacies that Dennis is trying to spew here. Just like his master, they thrive in intimidation and trying to pretend like they're the holy ones. If we are about trivializing politics and issues, I would say today marks 14 years since a man claiming to be holier than thou bankrolled people to burn people in a church, the house of God. he has said bad things about Raila, I will say bad things about his master.
We do not have evidence. We
have
do
to be
not
careful
have
on that, Philip,
evidence to
because we don't
support
have evidence
that.
about
Raila was a
When he
principal.
said,
How do we know?
when he said
I think
Raila
we
has
ca-
been stubborn in this country for 40 years.
No,
I
allow
cannot
me to just
qualify
put a
that.
halt to this
I
gentleman.
think we can here.
You-
We need to be
No,
very careful about this because
not
then
just
it's-
careful, not just
Dangerous
careful.
gossip.
No, yours is also gossip.
Philip,
Hold on.
When you come here
Dennis,
just saying Raila has been
Philip,
stubborn
Okay,
for
hold
40
on.
years.
Philip
you have
and
evidence.
Dennis,
Don't be angry.
Philip
I'm
and
not
Dennis,
angry.
Philip and Dennis.
let's
I'm
just
not angry.
let's just
This show tries to focus
I apologize.
on facts.
I apologize.
Now, the two of you are dragging us down a rabbit hole we do not wish to go to.
Okay.
Okay?
Let me stick to the debate.
Stick to the debate, stick to the facts.
What I want to say, yesterday when the Deputy President was asked about the Kerio Valley killings, about the 150 people who have been killed in Kerio Valley, it took me back to 2 months ago when he said publicly that he is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya and that he receives intelligence reports from the NIS and other security apparatus. Yesterday he was put to task. Did you know about these killings? He said, no, I do not have any information. Yet he is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. There's a video that is doing rounds on social media of an old man carrying a G3 assault rifle, saying publicly to cameras that we have guns, over 170 guns here, which were brought to us by the Deputy President. He has never come out to refute that. Now, he did not talk about all those issues. Why are the people of West Pokot, the Kerio Valley, Suguta Marmar, killing each other? He did not address that. Tiati area. He has never gone to Tiati to address the problem that is there about insecurity. Yet when the CS for internal security visits those areas, they start criticizing him, saying that he is politicizing the issues in that region.
You know what?
Yet people are dying.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. You see, you blame the atrocities that we see on William Ruto, but these atrocities have been there even before William Ruto became deputy president.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Now,
because yesterday,
Dennis here is blaming Raila Odinga on things like the 1982 coup. 12 people were killed, 900 were jailed. Raila's name was mentioned, his father's name was mentioned. People were put under house arrest. What then happened thereafter? And yet, these are the facts. But he wants to claim that Raila was the coup master. Yet, there is no evidence at all to support that.
There's a
now,
lot of evidence.
There's no evidence there.
Hearsay and opinion is not evidence. No, I think our time is almost
our
up.
time is actually our time is actually almost up because we're wrapping this up. I think that this will take us into we'll take your last words and we'll take your last word, Philip, literally in 20 seconds, and then we'll take yours as well, Dennis.
What I want to say is, let's be truthful with what we say. Anybody who aspires to be the leader of this nation must be able to speak the truth, must be able to articulate issues that face the common mwananchi.
All right.
What we are seeing from Kenya Kwanza is just a charade, people running up and down, thinking that they can hoodwink Kenyans and claim that they are speaking facts.
Dennis, from you really quickly.
Azimio ran away from the debate because they have nothing important to say. And arguably, as we know, is that they have been party to injuring our economy and our democracy and many other things that we don't have time to say. The truth is, I am glad that the Deputy President went to this debate. I am glad that he spoke into critical national matters. I am absolutely happy, especially the questions in Kerio Valley were answered. The questions on Arora Kimore were answered. And I am very sad this day that politics can be used to injure a certain community because they don't essentially come from your area. We are asking the nation today to essentially elect William Samoei Ruto because he's the one that has an agenda and he's the one who rescued this nation from where Azimio has taken us, that rabbit hole that my brother was talking about.
Gentlemen, thank you for being part of the show this morning. Asante, and the conversations obviously continue, folks. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation, ends on that note. We talk again tomorrow. It's 10 o'clock.
Cause of alarm.
The latest
Nakapenguria MP Samuel Moroto has slammed the Director of Criminal Investigations, George Kinoti, for failing to handle matters effectively and has failed as DCI boss. The legislator noted that sensitive information must be kept away from the public to prevent sparking emotions among citizens. The Director of Criminal Investigations, George Kinoti, last week released a detailed investigation report about the 3 foreigners who were arrested at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport with electoral